Hey folks. They put us in a cupboard indoors. And I'm not even kidding, they put us in a cupboard. Was some of the hardest live music I have ever played, because it was me and a drummer in a large utility closet, and all I could hear was the drums and nothing else. Last time I started this early, 2 weeks ago. Genuinely trying to recall the last time you showed up to streams regularly. It's not that uncommon at the moment. That's why we were in a cupboard. No, I just like giving Trish hassle. Yeah, I went live at 6 not that long ago. But yeah, unsurprisingly, gig today means that I am quite tired. And so it was, should probably get going before I sort of start falling asleep in the chair type territory. So yeah, to give you an example, notice what you can't see currently. It was bizarre, honestly. In that room, all you can hear is the drums, but me and the drummer can't hear anything outside the room, and I can't hear my own bass. Because the speaker of the bass is pointed out the door, so it sounds like my bass is coming from the other side of the room. And I can barely hear it. It was fucking hard work. I have not had to try that hard to play music in a very long time, because that became very much a... I'm gonna assume that we are playing everything exactly as we have done in rehearsals, because if we're not, I don't know. Although, let's bring that back up again. I am going to officially pat myself on the back, because I had 2 people come up and tell me that the sound was better here than it was at the Venture Inn, the other gig we did. You know, the one where someone's brother came along and brought all of his own kit and had all the fancy shiny stuff and set it all up for us and did the whole sound engineer thing. Yeah, well, me in a cupboard with my thing in front of me, haphazardly stringing it together with a set of random PA speakers, still sounded better. Suck it. Always got the impression with him that he's a little bit sneery. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, who's this fuck thinking he's gonna sort all the sound out? He's bought himself some shitty kit, has he? Gonna do something with that, are you? Well, not on your first gig. I'm gonna supply everything, and I'm gonna wander around with my tablet, making myself look real professional and whatnot. And then it didn't sound as good. Winner. I think they raised about £1,200 during the day for a little local charity. So, not too bad. So yeah, all in all, not too bad. It was good to do something for charity, and it was fun watching. It was all at a kid and adult cafe, playground, soft play area, that sort of thing, and then nice cafe for adults to do stuff while kids are entertaining themselves. Which was always going to be a bit interesting, bit of a weird audience. But it was interesting watching the transformation. We first start playing. Cafe, in particular, has been set up specifically to help kids with autism. So, different rooms. The room that we were playing from, for example, is normally a quiet sensory room where, all the windows are shut and so on. It's your calm down place. But we ended up with, to start off with, basically half the kids in the room fled the second we started playing. 2 songs later, they're crying when we stop. They are standing a foot in front of Andy at the front of the thing. And have switched from, oh my god, what is this, to please more, whatever. One of them had a tantrum because we took too long to change between songs. Well, what it is, that could go either way. Either the kids hate it, because obviously autism's not an easy thing to deal with. So that can go either way. Either the kids hate it, or they love it. And them loving it certainly does a good job when parents go home and talk to other parents and so on. And slowly word travels around. As opposed to going home and talking about how they had a absolutely awful day because little Dylan hated it with a passion and didn't stop crying the entire time. Or whatever it might be, Soon, the wedding circuit. And actually earning some money. Back online, Trench. Well, don't forget, Katie's, that our last track is King of the Swingers from Jungle Book, so I think we're fine. We've got some kid-appropriate music in there. Although I did have to laugh at the guitarist and the keyboard player, who are both singers, arguing over whether it was okay to keep the word bitch in Filthy Rich. Like, there was a good 10-15 minute discussion over whether the word bitch should stay in Filthy Rich or not. Because it gets used a few times. A broke-ass bitch. Completely ignoring that one of the other songs one of our tracks is Stacey's mum. It's a track literally about someone wanting to fuck someone else's mother. That's fine, but we can't say bitch. Interesting. If we did Baby Shark, we'd have to do like a funk cover of it or something. That could be interesting.
Muted space, muted space.
Oi, I am not.
We got ourselves enough boys to get back in the fight.
Hey, Cappy. How do, man? Thank you very much. Hope everything's good. What did that save actually mean, Wasted? It did mean something. I remember writing it in and thinking, you're not going to remember what this is about tomorrow. No, I don't think I mentioned it. I don't actually think I told you guys what I was thinking. Hey, Horizon. Yes, I am pretty sure I neglected to even mention what my thoughts were. Are you back? So does that mean you're back tomorrow, Tibbs, or on Monday? I've progressed very quickly. No, I'm not starting a new game. Tomorrow. Ew. Starting on a Sunday. Ew. Ew. Nope. Probably won't. I was sort of hoping that if I sat here for a second looking at what was going on, I might figure it out. Everyone's very beaten up. What did we do? Oh yeah, we had like 3 raids. We had archers from over here, then Cass did the double whammy Scyther robot rubbish. And then I think we got raided again afterwards. Where's the history? Yeah. Yeah, so there's our psychic rubbish. Cass has settled on a frequency. Oh, that sucks, Cappy. But, yeah, I mean, severance package is not something to frown at, I guess. Good luck, my friend, on finding something new. Hopefully you find something you would like a little more. That's not a cadence I like the look of, I've got to be honest with you. Double bad events next to each other. And those are within a couple of days. Yeah, 2 days apart. She has settled in. I think this must be our... This will probably be our cadence for a bit now. Because I think Cass is taking offense at this. This colony, weirdly, almost has enough colony value to be sold for Arco Nexus. I wouldn't imagine that with what we've got here, but apparently. Mr. Sun, how do? I think you'll be surprised. Don't forget the values are all on there. So my most expensive. This is total, but yeah, it's actually wealth in buildings that's been going up the most consistently. Although we should, I think you can see how much the yeah, Macintosh is worth 2,400, and I bet you Macintoshes are most valuable colonist. By a good margin by those things. Yeah. Even then, it's just one person. Yeah, well, I mean... What, you mean the company called Apple that doesn't sell a computer called a Macintosh? No, Macintosh is the name of this person. They haven't sold a Macintosh in a long time. It's just a Mac now. Not shortened, that's the actual name. Yes, bless their poor little brains. They can't handle lots of letters like that. They might have to spell it sometime. No, I think they changed it because they wanted... Let's be real, a Macintosh is kinda nerdy. As were the computers that name was associated with. They changed it to be cooler. To ditch the... I mean, yeah, just think of the old original Macintosh adverts. That's what they were trying to get away from. I'm pretty damn certain. How do I get... They learn when set to recreation. So you want to do... I need to correct mine. You want to do this. They will only do learning tasks when set to rec. So if you've got them set to anything else, fix it. Also, you want to set up 3 blackboards, not 1. A single table will connect to up to 3 blackboards at a time. Oh yeah, of course, you're on the spaceship, aren't you? Yeah, you're not going to have space for that. Fair enough. Like, you might be able to do something where you, like kind of do that. You know what I mean? You have one at the front and then one either side, down the sides of it. Get it really tight in. I'm not sure that's true, Fizcom, because the word Mac first came around with the iMac. which long predates their rebrand to expand the product line. The shortened version of Macintosh started with that in the late 90s. Before mobile phones, before Apple started doing any of that stuff. Before they'd even done the iPod. I think even by then they were conscious that they wanted to get a cooler vibe and let Microsoft and IBM be the nerdy ones, and Apple could be the artistic ones. You know, they were the creative professional choice, not the tech professional choice. And then that slowly just meant it's a fashion choice. Yeah, and as Apple started as the artist. Why is everyone so angry? I think we're still recovering from that. They're so angry because of the neural supercharge, and I'm not easily going to be able to fix that. Svetlana's got hemogen craving. There is a little bit of blood around. Oh, wait a moment. I see the problem. We don't have any food. Yeah, Tris, they did. Unfortunately, that backfired when Nvidia went, what, you're not going to include us in your Macs anymore. You're going to make your own graphics. Well, here's the thing for you. Guess who's got more money than you have to give to Adobe? Yeah, that's us. And we're going to do that. This is Intel and Nvidia's trick. Both of them do it. Apple do not. Apple are the opposite of this. Intel and Nvidia, if you work with them and they've got something that they want you to use, they won't pay you to do so. But what they will do is ship you 100 units of whatever it is and a team of 10 guys to teach you how to use it. And they won't charge you for that. Because you can't just pay, because there's all sorts of tax and financial and weird other concerns that happen when that happens. But what you can do is provide a shitload of stuff for free and all the expertise needed to use it. Roger that, Tris. I should probably figure out what we're going to do about food, basically. We probably need to go raid someone, don't we? They might have to survive on pemmican until we recover. Oh, God. That guy I've been stealing the blood from for the entire game lives there. Whoops. No, I think I know where we go. We go to this place that's got 1,629 potatoes. And before we do so, we tame these alpacas. No, not hunt. So that we have something to ride when we're bringing 1,629 potatoes home. Ah, but what are we going to tame them with, Wasted? You have 44 meals left before you starve. You could maybe get a little bit of potatoes out of this to carry us over. I should probably go and steal their potatoes, shouldn't I? even if we do it on foot. Okay. Got a little bit more meat than it looks like because my folks will eat insect meat these days, but it's still not amazing. Oh, hello. Some dudes, they might have food. And some lost travellers. Yeah, I absolutely cannot feed 7 more people. Oh, right, no, I remember that much. It's just, on its own, it's not going to be enough to help. The map is not covered in insects or any other stuff I could use. There is quite a few... Actually, we might be alright, because if I remember... No, the last thing I did was use one of our animal pulsers. And so there's animal corpses everywhere. Now, as long as I can grab them in time... except not the Fool, because the Fool needs to be doing doctoring. Lenos, you are in need of tending immediately. Yeah, you are in bed. Cool. And the Fool is doing it, which is why it's not warning me that it needs to happen. Howdy, James. And one of those needs holding open, and so does that. Both of those can be, and so can that bit. Hey, Lydia. I'll go today. My friend, what on earth? No, rest until healed. You have an infection. You must stay in bed. I mean, he's gonna be fine, so... Yeah, but... Who else had infections? You don't just get infection on one person. Oh no, he got... It wasn't a plague, was it? He got infected from fighting. That was a wound rather than anything else. And these guys are all suffering from malnutrition. It's not looking amazing. Warden, Macintosh, you're off of hauling as well. Yeah, please go and feed our prisoners. We need their blood. Everyone else, go and bring me all the meat. Macintosh. Stop reading. Go and trade with the war merchant. I'm doing alright, thank you, Mixelidia. I am tired and partially deaf. And a charity gig today with the band, and they put me and the drummer in a cupboard. And the end result of that is I've been sat next to very loud drums for like 2.5 hours. You know what I'm not seeing? Any food. You can probably... get rid of the wake up while we're at it as well. What? No. If I'd performed outside, I wouldn't be in a room with the drummer. On the basis that I wouldn't have been in a room, I would have been outside. No, they moved us indoors into this. So 3 members of the band were out here, and then in this small room here is me and a drum kit. And all the 2 of us in there can hear is the drums, not even the bass. That was a hard work gig. Very difficult to play music when you can't hear half of the band. All you can hear is the percussion section. All you get is rhythm, you and the drums. You're like, oh, I have no idea what's happening. Yeah. Oh, I know. If nothing else, it opens up some space. I'm not going to complain about that. The Fool, what are you doing? Sowing heel root instead of... Slightly worried about our blood situation. You, sir, why are you not being hemogen farmed? You have blood to give. These guys all have blood to give. Blood. Om Nom is up. They're supposed to be doctoring. Are they doctoring? No. You know what? There is absolutely no reason for these prison doors to be shut. The prisoners have no legs. They cannot go anywhere. You reckon this guy's just going to die of malnutrition? Not ever actually get up. His bleeding's recovered, but he's still on the floor going... Ugh. Sad Wonder is a pretty alright result. Okay, so now the question is, let's have a look at Orcanis buffs. Slightly impressive dining room, slightly impressive rec room. That's not good enough. Those buffs should be much higher. Same with the bedroom buffs, which means I need to... what? Get them to clean and start smoothing walls, which will take literally forever. Or maybe have someone do art, like focus on art. I think Mr. Canada was supposed to be. Mr. Canada has many jobs. You could get Sepp to focus on art. That would probably make more sense. He's not as good, but Mr. Canada has too many jobs. Mine's been fine, Congo. Obviously, I'm not connected to my own... Well, I am connected to my own chat, but I've watched a few other streams today, and they've been fine. No, suspend that. I want you arting. Medical emergency? Oh, that's your psychite dependency again. Right, that's not a problem. Give him some tea. Have we got smoke leaf around? We should not have smoke leaf around. Don't let people have that. They'll get used to it. I think it'll have to be auto door, and then we need to go for prosthetics. We need to give Wolf his arm back. Oh, there's 572 chocolate at that worksite. If you're gonna have a reason to go and murder your fellow neighbor, chocolate would be it. Because you can't actually make chocolate, can you? It's a faction that doesn't exist, so I can't find out what I'd be fighting. So you just send the Macintosh a dragon box and insert extra person here. Maybe it's Svetlana. They can all cross heal each other with coagulate, so... But they would need some blood first. You know, I think we're at the point where... Sorry, guys, but... Oof. Hop. 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 Yeah, even you, big face. Everybody in bed. We need your blood. Yeah, they've done all these guys. I don't get it. You'll instantly build that. Oh, we've got absolutely no components, so you're just adding the steel to it. Okay. Yes, it is, but it's for coffee, not for chocolate. Oh no, it is chocolate. Ignore me. Okay. I've never grown chocolate in RimWorld. Maybe we try that. Okay, have we actually hauled the majority of the stuff that's out and about out here? I noticed that the armor's gone, etc. So let's put this back to sensible priorities. Let people actually do their jobs. I was just like, why are people being awkward? Why aren't they getting in bed? Why aren't they having their blood taken? Why are they slow at getting these? It's all that hauling priority messing with them. Dragon Box is kind of fine mood-wise. These two seem to be okay. I know you three are doctors, yeah? No. So if we take you out, what we do is we take the warden away, which is not amazing, but manageable. It was kind of funny. I ended up watching Avi play RimWorld for a bit a couple of days ago. It's hilarious how many bad habits Avi's picked up from watching me. Like watching how he does certain things, it's like, you do know that's my way of doing things instead of kind of a more generally understood way of doing things. Oh, they're all dead. Oh, son. Reload. Ah, of course, yes. I forgot certain cheats. Right, let's go get chocolate. There's no food. It's Canada. Stop playing horseshoes. Go cook. You do want to keep your doors open. You need warden. Oh. Holiday, congratulations, you're now the warden. Dragon Box. Stop taming the alpacas. We don't need the alpacas. Horses. I'm actually set up ready to bring some animals in. This was going to be for Boone, but we're ready to bring them in. Some horses could be pretty nice. Or speedy caravanning. Or I could just start building myself a grav ship. Given that I do have the quest, I just haven't accepted it. You guys going to arrive before night? You are. Just. Or maybe you're not. We are there. Starvation? Who is starving? Macintosh is starving. Well, don't worry, Macintosh. We're gonna go get you some chocolate. Who are you fools? Oh, you are so dead. You needed to not be just random tribals. You needed to have some actual turrets and guns and stuff. This does not end well for you. I sent Omnom? I was supposed to send Dragon Box. Whoops. Hello, we are here for your chocolate. I promise you we're friends. Hi, friends. How do? Oh, Mum, you want to come up and give a surprise to that one with the bow when he comes out? Svetlana just knocked his head off. One shot with the uranium mace. Head down. Big face did grow up, yes. Ooh. You turned the wrong corner, didn't you? By the way, Avi, you see this? Go on, Om Nom, finish him off. You know you want to. I think you got him, dude. It might not be as fun, but it's quite a lot quicker. You want to wait until Ant is dead and then we'll leave because he'll drop us some pemmican? Hurry up and die. I don't know where you're going. You're not surviving this. Self-tend is what you need. Self-tend. Nope. I'll take your psychite tea. I'll take your excellent cloth bedroll. And I will have all of your chocolate. And let's go check out. So, Big Face, actual Adulton, can do all things now. He's not good at any of them, but he can do them. Big Face, why are you set to art? Why are you set to art? Go Warden or something, I don't know. Kind of useless, mate. Is it because I missed with hauling? It might be. Howdy, Fog. Ooh, I get to pick some stuff. Body modder or nimble? Or another night owl to go with our existing one. So he has some friends. He's not a melee character, so the nimble's not very useful. Let's go Night Owl. I was also sensible and read the hours that night owls need to be asleep while I had the chance. And it's that. Any of our folks about to die of malnutrition? Oh, they've all been fed relatively recently, which means we can stick Holiday into death rest now. How's Holiday doing? Alright, you need to be rearranged as well. Kids go at the end. How's Holiday doing? How are these guys doing? Ooh, Holiday's learning is rubbish. What have I done to you? You've got blimmin' adult schedule, not kiddo schedule. That's what I've done to you. Meanwhile, November is fine. So what happened with the band gig? Brief story, long story short, they put us in a box. They will put me and the drummer in a box. We ended up inside. With me and the drummer literally in a different room to everybody else. Flamingo. What? That's weird. Why have they got legs? More importantly, why have they got 2 legs? Nothing in this game has legs. Why have they got legs? Look. Ostrich, no legs. Flamingo, famous for standing on 1 leg, have 2. It looks weird anyway. They look a bit like really stumpy, deformed legs that sort of don't fit with the game because no one has legs. Also notable for sleeping standing up, yeah. Oh well. Oh well. I should have kept Holiday out until the power came back. Well, a death rest accelerator. This will be like maximum length death resting. It'll take forever. And who was it was it Sep that's got cataracts and a bad back? It is, yeah. Sep's 77. Oh God. Okay. This, we have some questions to answer with this. Because for Sep here, the only way really we can fix this cataracts and a bad back is to make him a vampire. But if we made him a vampire, that is breaking the rules of Last Colony. Last Colony, only the females were allowed to be vampires. So how do we feel about it this time? Have they changed sufficiently that males are now allowed? What size of bedrooms would I recommend? I don't have a recommendation, Spencer. I think you need something like a 7x7, or it might even be a 9x9 to get the maximum buff. But I never build them that big. Well, no, it did work well. They reached the Arco Nexus. That wasn't the problem. It absolutely did work. But then since then, we have ended up with people like Omnom, who is a male half-vampire. So clearly something happened in the Archonexus to mean that suddenly the males have it as well. Oh, that would be a stinging commentary. Perhaps what happened was simply the Archonexus went, what the hell, why have only the females got this? I'm going to give it to the males, and that's what broke everything. Hello, Bear. Omnom, I think is too old, but the Fool can. Or is it the other way around? No, yeah. Yes, the Fool has a fertility of 165%. Although it is reduced somewhat by the fact that he is a little bit old. Spencer, jealousy is going to be specific pawns. Don't be afraid to give your jealous pawns a slightly nicer bedroom than everybody else. And it can just be as simple as putting a statue in their room. They don't... If you've got jealousy, it's not that they want a nicer bedroom. It's that they want a nicer bedroom than everybody else. They explicitly want to be in the nicest room. That, you know what I mean? So you can solve that by just working out which room is your nicest and moving them around. Or even better, having a room where you just whack a couple of statues or something and they'll be like, oh wow, I got the best bedroom. And we'll stop complaining. Yeah, you've got two debuffs related to bedrooms. You've got greedy and you've got jealous. Greedy means that they just need a really nice bedroom. Jealous means that they need a nicer bedroom than everybody else. So I have no jealous people in this colony, but I do have a greedy person. I think it's Melanos, isn't it? Yeah. Hence, he's in the only room that's got smooth walls. And decent bedroom. Although he's greedy for an impressive bedroom still. Isn't quite good enough. I think there is, I can't remember what it's called, because I almost never end up with it, but you're right, there is one that wants a, like specifically, like, the word was on the tip of my tongue there. Damn it. Wants a nothing room, yeah. Why is he because he's not the same ID religion as the rest of us, and he's almost impossible to convert because he's having such a good time in the colony that he's constantly got enough mood that he just gets it back. Like, I really have to be nasty to him if I want to switch him over from Archo-manism. I'm not going to chop his legs off and leave him in a bad room until I've got bionic legs to give him. Because at the moment, I'd have to give him peg legs, and that would make him singularly useless as a colonist. They do. It depends on what you make them out of, and only a few walls give you a beauty benefit. So I think it's specifically, obviously smooth sandstone is arguably the best because it does give you a beauty benefit. But you can also do marble, I think also gives you a beauty benefit. But there's only a couple that do. Everything else is just flat 0. But it's why you'll notice that I've done my best to not build walls here. I've been intentionally leaving it ready to smooth it because I want that beauty bonus. So I'm taking a bit of a hit to the beauty at the moment in exchange for beauty bonus down the line. They're from a mod. Yeah, there is no fine wall in the base game. There's fine floors, but no fine walls to go with them. Of course, soon, mood problems will be over for a bit because I'm about to come back with like 500 chocolate. And everybody's having chocolate for a bit. I am going to stick it into the... can you put it in as a drug policy? Can I make people have a chocolate? I can't. Oh. And that should be a thing that you could do. Just be like, right, alongside your beer a day or your Lucy a day or whatever, you must also have a bar of chocolate. A silo cap. The fruiting body of a hallucinogenic fungus. Ooh. Whose vivid sensory experiences and lifts mood, there is a small chance to immediately induce a catatonic state. They're not addictive. Okay. Interesting. They're from Odyssey, so they're new. I'm kind of tempted, actually. Because you can get... Catatonic state is just a matter of time. Yeah, pretty common event, the solar flare, isn't it? Almost like this is probably not the sort of planet you want to be on long term. Yeah, yes, guys, I understand. I appreciate all the info. Yes, marble gives +2. Cool. Now 7 different people have told me that. I know. I've been told. Anyone else getting the feeling that we need another blood bag? Which is problematic because I don't have any more prisons. We might have to make some more prisons somewhere. Which might necessitate moving the prisons completely. I couldn't remember what marble actually was. It was just a point that when that many people have already told me, I know it's good. I've seen it. I read, don't worry. Ooh, random body. Yay! Power and lighting. I think what I might do, actually, is I might move the production room, which is going to be expensive because of that blooming research bench, and put more prisons here. I see no reason not to have the prisons be by the doors. Like, these guys are not escaping, they don't have any legs. Yeah, good old Bender. It's about to get really, really hot. Singular lone alpaca. It doesn't. RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are nicely distinct. Even if you go and put the because there is a mod that adds Z levels to RimWorld, so you can go down multiple floors, but even with that on, it doesn't play like Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, there's a few different Z level mods. Nah, it's just stuff that doesn't necessarily come across with the right context in text. How long is it taking you guys to get back here? I know you're carrying a lot of chocolate, but come on, guys. Well, they'd have more food if they actually entered the damn colony. Lesson learned. Don't make them carry that much. No. We don't put the chocolate not in the fridge. That's heathenous. No, but chocolate doesn't actually go bad. Somehow. You know, in this heat wave where it's going to be 40 plus C outside, you know, good 120 Fahrenheit. We don't need to keep the chocolate cold for some reason. So the colony currently contains 3 meals and then chocolate. Yeah, but it's hot chocolate on a dirt floor. I'm not... No. That's just wrong. Don't do that. All the floor bits stuck to it and everything. Is there more meals up here? I keep forgetting there is meal spots up that top bit as well. Yeah, we need these guys cooking. We need to catch back up again. And I should probably... I don't particularly want to, but I should probably put down a growing zone for hay. Kinda want to keep the horses around, because that is our... We need to go do caravan shenanigans just sorted. And then we could potentially breed horses, because horses sell well as well. Mining is being done by Omnom, except it's not being done by Omnom, because Omnom's mostly doctoring and wardening. And it's not currently being done by Mr. Canada, because Mr. Canada is mostly cooking. And at the moment, yeah. I'll put mining up on him. I need some components. A little misbalanced at the moment. Who's got heat stroke? Oh, don't stay outside that long. You're pregnant, for God's sake. Oh, indoors is all good. It's just horrible outside. It's 51°C outside. Okay? This is like Death Valley temperature now. This is 51. This is now like 140 Fahrenheit. Only 123, really? Still. 51 is you're starting to approach as hot as it gets on the planet. 52. And so, yes, unsurprisingly, they're getting heat stroke quite quickly when they go outside. Sounds like there's a nice breeze, at least. Yeah, the scaling always throws me off. I've learnt down quite well, but up, not so much. Because it's not often you're ending up talking about 51°C. So it's not been a particularly relevant calculation. She's at it again. Except this time, Cass, I got chocolate. What are you going to do about that? Make everybody happy with chocolate. And Psychite tea. know if it actually gives a buff or it just maxes your rec out. I think it might just max your rec. Ooh, a party. That is very well timed. No, you're not digging at compacted steel. No, you're not doing whatever you're doing. Turn around. You're coming home as well. Dude, attend the party, please. I need you to not be anything like as mad as you are, so I need you here and getting these buffs. That's better. Null, please behave. Not sure about vampire parties. I'm told they suck. Just no, bad. We got a little party buff. We got a little party buff. What time is it? It is 41 C outside at midnight. Is the temperature going to drop at all? Because I would quite like to do an invitation to breakfast or lunch or something to try and make them happier, but. Grew up. He's there. He joined the... If you remember, that was one that randomly joined the colony. And they joined the colony at, like, age 12. So they only had a year before they became an adult. So yeah, already grown up. And we're looking at November is age 4 and 45 days. So we got a bit over a year for November's next growth stage. And how are we looking at the moment? Tier 2. We're doing very poorly, is how we're looking at the moment. November needs to spend more time actually learning. And then we have Holiday, who is doing really poorly as well, and who is 10.5. So we got 2.5 years to work on Holiday. I also have a sneaking suspicion that it's really not going to be very long before there is the little biboop. Oh no, it's already happened. That's why it's not happened again, is because she's already pregnant. So, soon TM. I forgot it happened almost immediately, didn't it? No, for some reason all the kids are being named abstract stuff. I haven't decided what this one will be called yet, but I'll have a think about it. Yeah, nothing jumps to mind immediately. Ram, what is that you're building? Dude. This is why Cass hates you. A lot of stuff for not many colonists. No, it's not relevant yet. I will continue to think about it. I'm just currently thinking about how I can do something about moods in the colony. Slept in the heat. Is it really getting hot inside for where you are? It's 22. Fuck you, Svetlana. It's 1 degree hotter. I would love to be sleeping in just 22. Although, I may well do tonight. It has cooled down a lot today. We had... the rain this morning was torrential. Driving to this gig, before I even knew that we'd been moved inside, was the sort of one where everyone's driving in the middle of the 2-lane highways, because you can't get near the edges of the road because the water's so deep. You know, it's the sort of thing where you'd have to slow down a lot because you're... I mean, I know my wheel wells are nice and clean. That much is true after today. Yeah, it was a bit of a hairy drive at times. Between visibility and standing water. Or yeah, nervous a little bit, perhaps. Not hairy. Well, we had very little thunder and lightning. It was just torrential rain. And they were saying the entire rain for the month of July fell today. Or entire expected rainfall for the month of July fell today. Oh dear. Okay, now things get interesting. Half the colony just got fibrous mechanites, which are an interesting thing. So there's Dragonbox, Melenos, the guy that's already constantly on the edge of breaking, Svetlana, who's also constantly angry at the moment, November and Holiday all have it, as do a bunch of the prisoners. Fibrous mechanites are interesting because in some ways they're a massive benefit. But they put you in a permanent state of 20% pain. And they mean you've got to sleep more often. And it's the pain that's the problem. And they hang around for as long as they want to hang around. Hey, Egg. How's it going? How is new location treating you? You sort of partly at least settled in? Semi-coherent mechanites which develop fibrous links in muscle tissue. They enhance the victim's strength, but also cause intense pain. These are probably a mutated strain of strength-enhancing mechanites. Om nom, now is no time for having a bath. Get out of the bath. Use the toilet if you have... No, don't get straight back in the bath. You are an arse. Svetlana. Get back in bed. Dragon box. Go to the medical bed. Holiday is in death rest, so... that is what it is. November. Medical chambers. Om nom, prepare yourself. Yeah, probably do start with him, actually. That's not a bad plan. No, he's run off. Your doctor just came the whole way to your room in order to sort you out, dude. And now you've run away. And I think all the tending does is reduce how much pain they take from it. Well, maybe not. Like, what is the point in tending it then? What does it do? Like, tending it doesn't seem to actually help. Can it spread? No. And they do use up a lot of medicine, yeah. And we're quite low on medicine because Cass has been hammering our growing section over and over and over again. Nope. I think it will, Skydarian, but it kind of has to, because if it doesn't, it's actually kind of OP. So if we go in here, look at Svetlana's stats at the moment. There's no way they let you keep that. That might, yeah, worse if you don't tend it might make some sense, yeah. And we're still ridiculously horrible outside. You tell you what, let's go really piss that dude off. Let's go convert him. Where is he? You. Get converted in the bath. Oh no, he's come out of the bath. Damn it. Was upset by the attempt. Right, now then. Immediately. Bomb, 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 bomb. No, not public execution. Wait. Public execution. Oh. I messed up. If you use the ability, it stops you from doing the ritual, and the ritual's better. Oh well. 68%. That's rubbish. 25% having a leader present. Which means that we have to decide who we assign as the leader of the colony. Because it can't be Macintosh, because Macintosh is... yes, the other one is ironically, it's the conversion ritual from the guy we want to convert. It's his religion's conversion ritual. So obviously we don't have any of their religion's roles. So, but we don't have the cleric that they would need. I feel like it only makes sense that it gets passed down to the daughter. Really no need for everyone to be involved in this. We only need 4 people. Oh. What? Let's go. Yeah, Dragonbox, you're going to lead the colony. I mean, understanding that it's in the sort of way where the commissar Macintosh is here purely to guide you. That's right, you're definitely not a puppet leader. Oh, nice of you to bother to show up, Svetlana. Dude, how on earth do we... What can we do? You're hungry. Well, then eat would be stage 1, I think. Go have some chocolate again. And Mr. Canada, what are you doing? Digging a compacted machinery. Right. Got ya. We are actually just out of food. Then early harvest it is. And let me guess, I've stolen both of the plant people. Oh no, the fool is not stolen. What are you sorry for? You ain't got nothing to be sorry for. Thank you for the bits. Or, yeah, thank you for the bits, but yeah, that doesn't sound right. Thank God. The psychic drone is over. Oh. Oh, don't you worry about that. As you probably noticed by this point, or maybe you didn't because you were trying to call me, I have all of those notifications turned off because people will sometimes even accidentally click them. Leader speech, work drive, and combat command, which is the real one. And trial, in case we want to kill an innocent person, and we can just make up some stuff about why they're bad. Oops. Well, I don't think leader speech or trial are going to be particularly useful, but at least we've got combat command and work drive. Please harvest, don't sow. No, harvest, you little git. You are going to make me do this manually, aren't you? You are going to go and harvest the damn corn. Because everyone is starving, because you're busy fertilizing. Dragon Balls, there's potatoes right there. Why? Why have you gone outside to get corn? There's potatoes right there. Ah, because Mr. Canada had nicked them. Third trimester, not long before an additional kiddo and even more problems with food. That is about the right spot. Not a kill box. Actually intentionally want them to avoid that area. Ooh, what I might do, thinking about it. Let's go across there instead. Because then I can still have a set of doors there that leads direct out. Because I still want to encourage them into the party zone. This is where we fight. But I want a place outside where I can grow without people setting it on fire repeatedly. Because they do like to come and... the fights take place on top of the plants, basically. I would like that to stop happening. You're feeding precious chocolate to the prisoners. Nine days. We've got 1 day left until double something. Which is going to time pretty damn poorly with third trimester pregnancy and Macintosh in need of death rest. We have Svetlana, but Svetlana is not as strong as those two. Has everyone else got weapons? Obviously not the fool, he can't fight, but has everyone else got something? Molinos does not. You are still our best shooter, aren't you? Go and grab a sniper rifle when you wake up. Mr. Canada has a chain shotgun, that's good. Big face. Go and get yourself a chain shotgun as well. Holiday, got an LMG. November's got a... It's got a revolver. That doesn't seem appropriate. November should have an assault rifle. I think we're out of LMGs because that one's bio-coded. So November might... Yeah, I think assault rifle is the right choice for the kid. It went okay, I think. I had some positive comments on how well balanced the sound was, which I found kind of amusing because from my perspective, setting it all up was a clusterfuck. Because I was not told what PA we were using until I got there. So I didn't know how that was going to work. And the space we had meant that only some of the band could run through the PA. There wasn't room to mic up the drums. There wasn't room for a whole bunch of the usual setup. And then they put me and the drums into a little room so that you can just about see me there. I'm sitting inside the room on top of my bass amp, which is pointing out of the room. And then in the room itself is where the drums are. You can't even see him from this angle. So me and him slowly went deaf because we had no in-ear monitors. Even if we did have in-ear monitors, only some of the band went through the in-ear monitors, so they weren't that useful. So both me and him were sitting there with one headphone in and one headphone out, trying to hear what was going on outside this room, because all you could hear in that room was drums. Couldn't even hear the bass. But apparently, and I did, stand the other side of the room and semi-check it as best I could without the bass included, which is always going to be the problem with me doing our sound mix, is like, how am I supposed to know the bass is right? Apparently it sounded pretty good, so, can't be too bad. But it was a mess trying to get it all set up in... It wasn't that it was a particularly small area, it was the fact that half of us were in a different room. The venue was a... what they call a play cafe. So it's a cafe for adults to go to and be able to go, right, kiddo, there's a place over there, go bounce off of soft stuff while I have a coffee. And today, that cafe was having a charity event for a local children's charity. So they had like a hog roast and us. And yeah, that was the deal. Sounded like they got about 1,000, 1,200 for the event, which is not too bad. But recouped their costs as well. Because buying a pig ain't cheap. How much wildlife I got on the map? A lot. Good. That might be needed. Why are our plant people not plant peopling? The fool has a reason. Svetlana's on Warden from when people were away. And they are obsessed with soil fertilization because for some reason or another, stop with this for the time being, please. Actually go maintain the plants. Oi, you. Maintain the plants. So yeah, I mean, it went okay, I think. I don't know. I mean, in the end, it was done for free to a bunch of parents with their kids. So it was fairly chilled as far as how hard we had to worked. Went to the extent that I think we played almost every track 10 BPM slower than normal. Like, not intentionally, it just kind of happened. To the extent that Hit the Road Jack was so slow. Oh, it was ponderous. Ponderous, and I tried to speed it up, and I could hear the drummer trying to join me on speeding it up as we were playing, and the front guys were having none of it. And then we talked about it afterwards, and it turned out like at least the keys player had noticed that we were trying to speed it up, and it was like, nah, I was kind of in the groove by that point. Like, fuck you, no, faster. Oh, there's meals in the place again, and the heat wave's finished just in time for the likely incoming Cassandra shenanigans. I suppose I should look at the time gap between that and the next first one. So 34 to 45, so it's 11 days between the first event, and we are on 55, so tomorrow. I said it earlier, but I'm just pleased, I'll mention it to you specifically, Mike, that the guy that's been that loaned us the turbo sounds for that gig and for our first gig and did all the sound for it has been a little bit, he's been weird with me. He's been a little bit sneery and kind of, I just get the vibe from him that he's just like, who's this noob that thinks he's got some gear and wants to do sound? Well, he's a noob. I'm going to go along and I'm going to bring along my, you know, my best kit I've got. I'm going to bring along all the nice stuff, and I'll make sure I bring along an expensive mixer, and I'm going to bring along my tablet, and I'm going to go around and I'm going to be very visibly doing the EQ and stuff. And 2 people today told me it sounded better today than it did at that gig. Sounded better with my half backline, half PA'd, thrown together in 25 minutes setup than his I'm the professional sound engineer setup. Although partly that is when you can rely on, when you're in a room that small and you can rely on the backline making enough noise. At that point, you're not relying on the PA system. You're relying on people's individual amps, which I would argue probably end up being a higher quality sound. They're just not as loud. Where on earth? Oh, your nature running. Okay. She's learning. This will be part of your problem with learning as well, actually, Abby. I hadn't thought about this, but with your kids learning, one of the early learning things, one of the things they want to do to learn is what they call nature running, which is they just go run around the map and look at stuff. But you're keeping your kids, I assume, restricted to your ship. So they're never doing this. Like in that day or so you have after you've landed somewhere and you've beaten up the locals and you get that sort of day and a half before you can move, might want to think, while it's safe, let the kids out. Also, yes, ensure you give your kids LMGs and assault rifles. They need them. If they can't fight, they're of no use to the colony. I could believe that, man, Mike. I was more saying that when you're in a venue this size, you're always going to have the problem that your backline, so my bass amp, Johnny's guitar amp, and the drums, are going to be so loud that you're struggling to get the PA and the vocals to cut through. But in doing so, you know, for us, this is just a cheapy DB system, active system with no subs. So at that point, it's quite handy that I happen to have, an 800 watt mark bass cap, which sounds pretty damn sweet. Vocals and the keys. Because in reality, in that space, even the acoustic is even the electroacoustic guitar is loud enough that you don't really need it through the PA. And I have to give props to our drummer. Our drummer did some very, very impressive, I'm going to play this whole set at 50% volume work today. That's not easy. I still get the nuance and the difference between your various drum beats, but just everything's down 50%. Because you're in such a tiny space, you can't afford to hit the drums. I'm sorry. You want me to build a 30 by 18 monument worth 2,500 for goodwill? You wanted me to do it for the exposure? I don't think so. To be honest, 73 is basically a piece deal. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. That's enough goodwill to go immediately to we don't raid you anymore. The thing is, and this is an important part, the thing is, you see this refugee empire? They bring me some of the nicest equipment. All I have to do is take it off their bodies and wash it. So why on earth would I want to be friends with them? All of the marine armor I have at the moment has come from those guys. And you know, I quite like getting marine armor without having to pay for it. I've even got some spare. Yeah, I've got 2 bits of spare marine armor. Yeah, look. 2 spare sets just sitting there. Ready to go. So no, I don't think we will be making peace. Yeah, it's just deliveries of good weaponry. Yes, but that's only if they die. If they go down, you go and steal all their stuff. So, you know, okay, you don't get the whole of every raid, but you get maybe 15 to 25% of the gear from each raid from guys that go down rather than die outright. At least until I start upgrading Mac and Dragonbox's weapons, at which point they'll just die. But for now, steal the armor. There is no just maim them command, which is a shame. Like being able to go, alright, Macintosh, I want to toggle just cut their arms and legs off. The Black Knight mode. I don't know, I bet you these three will give it a good go. Yeah, well, we've been through this. I'm not paying for their wall. Or series of walls that make up a monument. Although one thing that did come out of the gig today, as part of my I Am the Sound Tech kit, I need at least 2 fans. It was humid and warm, but also like crazy humid. Yeah, not people, but cooling. And it's not for the kit. The kit's fine. It's for us. And I was dying in there, and then I looked at Andy, Loz, and Johnny on the front row. Loz's keyboard was wet. I could see the water covering his keys. And then Andy turns around at one point to like give us a nod towards when we're going to do the closing note of the song. And he is glistening like the guy in the Grey Zone Warfare menu screen. He's like that. He is literally, his entire body just is covered in a layer of water. Forearms, hands, face, everything. I'm thinking, oh God, man, I thought I was having it hard. You guys are dying. We need to bring something to cool people down. You see, I remember gigging when I was a kid and not having these problems. And that was, indoor venues at night with quite big crowds. I was one of the bands I was in, we were reasonably popular. We'd have events where there was 400 people there. At a known live music venue with us just literally just showing up and everything else was handled for us. Oh, where is it? No, part of me is amazed that I am actually suffering as little as I am when it comes to the live stuff. With this much hair, it's like, I'm amazed that I am not overheating constantly, but apparently that's not a thing. Although I do wonder how it'll feel to have it all shaved off. No, the reality is, Marazin, I have very thick hair. You would need some pretty serious wind to lift it. Instead, I just get little wispy pieces of crap in my face. Like little bits around the edge just go in my nose and in my eyes and stuff, so on. But otherwise, nope. part of me, like, the long hair is a thing, though. My hair, it goes about halfway, 3/4 of the way down my back at this point. It's quite long. Part of me is like, yeah, and if I ever want to grow it again... Ah, here we are. On cue. Thank you, Cassandra. Growing that back? And multiple angles, known as 2 angles, and they want to tunnel around my defences. What have you got? You've brought me a new fire foam thing. Thank you. You've also got tox grenades and an incendiary launcher. I'm not a massive fan of that, I gotta be honest with you. And what about you guys? Are those tox backpacks? They are, aren't they? You no. And another incendiary launcher. I mean, the way this sits, we obviously... There's not very many of them. That's the only thing we've got in our favour, is there is not a huge number of them. I could always psychic pulse the animals, but I think we should keep this. Scheduled hatred, but we've got to understand that this is only scheduled hatred part 1. Notice how these have started doubling up. So we are in 2 days' time getting scheduled hatred part 2. We don't know what that is yet. Cassandra Blugaloo. All it means is that the quicker we deal with this raid, the better. And I think the answer is to jump this slot. While Macintosh still has a sliver of Death Rest remaining, which means that she does not have the debuffs from Death Rest lacking, we jump this bunch. These two are going to be pretty useless. The sniper rifles take ages to shoot and are rubbish at close range. This person needs to die. This person needs to die. Rest of them, honestly, bleh, whatever. Heavy SMG is a little bit scary, but I think that is the plan. Murder those guys, and then these guys, I mean, there's 4 of them. What are you planning to do with 4 of you? Set fire to my crops, that's what they're planning to do. I can see it already. Screw you. Right, I'm going to go for a quick bio break, and then we're going to murder some people. Humidity at the moment is a yes. temperature has dropped, which is nice, but now the air is literally just wandering around like, I'm wet. I'm wet from walking. That sort of drop where all fabrics feel damp, because they kind of are a little bit. Thank you, Code Mike. That's very kind of you. Especially as I cannot imagine Twitch treats the RAND conversion particularly well. But thank you very much, dude. Good night. Have a good one. Right. I mean, it's kind of everyone except the fool, isn't it? Everybody, let's go. We got a murdering to do. And quickly before because these guys said they wanted to dig, and I don't actually want them to dig my walls up, so, Shh, there's no one here. Haha. Surprise ball. That should do. Macintosh. Dragon Box, I need you to jump on this person immediately. In fact, I think you might both be doing that, just to be sure that they don't get that off. And Macintosh, you're going to move, and you're going to jump the Tox Grenade Thrower. About there, I think. Perfect. You lot are going to shoot this way. We're not going to shoot in the direction of our colonists. You lot are all going to shoot that dude. Lovely jubbly. Don't know where this dude thinks he's going, but it's not going to work. You still up? I'm impressed. Get meleeed. You lot, shoot him. You two, be out this dude. I'm running away. Do you guys have anything I want? Your sniper rifle is bio-coded. You have a fire phone pack. I want that. Anyone else have a fire phone pack? Doesn't look like it. Alright, medical treatment needed. These three. Macintosh, coagulate Svetlana, Svetlana, coagulate Dragon Box, coagulate Macintosh. Fantastic. You want to still fight? Melenos, come up here. You guys, come on. An idiot. You had a chance and you did not take it. Right. Now to go and deal with the ones that are blatantly about to set fire to my crops. Thank you. Interesting. Can they see through those or not? I guess they can, because I can jump over them. Hey, friend. You know you're never getting to use that, there, incendiary launcher of yours, right? Oh, he's dead. How dare! And for the rest of you, let's stop shooting our friends in the back, shall we? Because I'm pretty sure one of you just shot Macintosh. Not a little bit. And who are you? Oh wow, you were even in Impid. But you were delicate. That's bad. That doesn't end well for you. Hey, Macintosh. Go on. Anyone else want a bite? Svetlana, go have a bite. I think we have a new thing this time round. I don't know why I didn't do this previously. Probably because I always wanted to capture people, but we've definitely got a thing now where, honestly, it's probably worse if you don't die outright, because then you just get fed on. I don't know when we got it. It's not a particularly big priority at the moment. The fridge is closed. They don't have any legs. No, they can't, because when they crawl, that crawling animation is they want to get to a bed. Well, they're already in a bed, so they never try and crawl. Okay. Threat 1 dealt with on day 1. I believe we have a 2-day gap. 234, 72. Bit under a 2-day gap before the next. Well, about a month and a half now. I mean, it's a weird one. Their moods aren't that bad. Especially if you take into account that some of these guys have got fibrous mechanites at the moment. But I also don't care. I am not responsible for their mood. I don't feed them slop. They eat the same meals we do. No, they don't. What they hate is the fact that I recently gave them a loving for fungus and kind of forgot about that bit, so they actually just want stuff with mushroom in it now, which makes this whole outside building thing entirely pointless. Right. Kind of forgot about that bit. It's not enough to really make much difference, but we could probably do something about it. Have a think about how I want to do this. Where I want to do this. How close am I to the edge of the map? Really quite close. What the? Why is there 2 lines now? You're not even allowed to put plans outside the edge. Well, that kind of sucks. Okay. Thank you, Wacro. That makes sense. One for building, one for mining. Oh yeah. Suppose I should probably feed the horses. Do I feed the horses? No, I don't feed the horses, do I? I murder the horses. Die! Okay, so this is where we start ending up dealing with a little bit of actual base planning concerns, because the reality is I need everything needs to be based around a central area. The farm does not. So I don't want to be taking up room around this area for farm stuff. I also don't think putting bedrooms up here is a great plan, because they're starting to get a long way away from where stuff happens. Well, that's convenient. Oh, no, door. Actually, no, one of these should be a wall. And to start... Oh, wait. Wait. Hang on. You can't just plant mushroom anywhere, though. And this is assuming I don't have to research Nutrifungus. The only time I've ever used it is when I've started with it. No, you don't. So, yeah. Yeah. This is a problem. Back to plan A, it'll just have a roof on it. Deborah, it wasn't tonight, it was this afternoon. It was a charity gig at a kids' cafe. So, I got there at about 10 to 12 and got home at about 5. Then had a bit of a sleep. And when I say a bit of a sleep, I mean actually I had necked a Red Bull on the way home, stupidly, so I lay in bed for a while, not sleeping. And then got up and streamed. I was like, this isn't working, but I am still tired, so I better start doing something, because otherwise this is Mong state. Nope, there is a day with 2, but that's next month. Look, we'd done the entire of the second set, so an hour and a half of playing music, then completely packed up, and I stupidly didn't think about it and go, oh wait, the cafe we're at actually shuts at 4, which is only 15 minutes after we finished our set, so I was thirsty as all hell. It was a hot day and carrying all stuff around, and I just went and got a drink and didn't really think about it until I was like, oh, that's refreshing. Wait, hang on a second. That's also a Red Bull. No, next month we have a day where it's a double gig day, where we have a gig in the morning, in the afternoon, and one in the evening. That day is going to be, I am going to be so wrecked at the end of it. Having to move all of the kit, but also do sound setup twice, as well as what will be 5 hours worth of playing. I'm gonna be ruined. That might be one of the few times I break my rule of you don't drink and play music. I think for that, the second set in the evening, I might need a beer or 2. You two don't want to be doing that. I don't even understand why that happened. They're both in a good mood. Why did you just have a fight? The fool subtly shamed Macintosh's loyalty. I can't just fix the fool, Fog. Nice. To fix the fool, we require one of the nanite, whatever they're called, the magic nanite medicine, and I don't have that. That will only show up as a quest reward. Masterful conversion ritual. Everyone gains +6 mood, even the dude we were trying to convert. No, he does not get that. Wow, is that all we did? No, it just converted him. Straight up done. Fucking amazing. Awesome. Everyone in the colony is back to all being one ideology again. He's been a problem since the start. To finally have that sorted so that he's no longer sitting there complaining about a bunch of stuff is very nice. He's no longer mad about the children being allowed to play, indeed. Absolute grumpy was, bloody hell. How dare the children have fun? No, no, not allowed. How are kiddos doing? Slowly. The colony has been a bit busy. Svetlana, you were just angry all the time. Can you just not be angry all the time, please? Oh no, I didn't cancel the... I mean, I guess let's have a quick look to see if we just so happen to be uncovering soil, but we're not. So, no, I failed to cancel the thing. I'm an idiot. That's going to be a nightmarish mess at the top of the base for a bit. Sweet. Door it in, pretend it doesn't exist. we starting to build up a supply of blood at all? No. No, we are not. Hey, Cassandra. Is it not time? Oh, no, not quite. Okay. Gotcha. Sorry. Ignore me. Now Macintosh is like super angry. Oh, death rest. Right. That tracks. I didn't let Cass set fire to stuff with the raid, so Cass is going to set fire to stuff with lightning instead. Lightning that happens to explicitly target my power lines. She is, but I think that's because she's aware that food is one of my biggest weaknesses. This colony is hungry and she knows it. Still no goose. Slightly sad about that. We're prepped, but still hasn't shown up. There's number 2. Oh. Are you landing in my front yard? Nice, Arathon. I got D&Ds tomorrow with the CERN. They're not just landing in my front yard, they're landing in the corridor. Who the hell are you lot, and how dare? I am gonna murderize you so bad. What this tells me, though, and it's good learning, is I should actually just move everything deeper into the mountain, because this is clearly thin roof, and they can pop through it. So I don't build the prisons here, I don't build this here, I don't build this here. All of this area gets converted into an internal party zone. We don't make a kill box, we make a party zone where we have, honestly, I might just fill it with poles and little maze areas and so on, like weird shenanigans, just to get in the way of ranged people's line of sight and give the vampires chance to run around and just murder people in melee. The splash zone. I like it. Okay, so whoever these guys are, they're coming via drop pods. So these guys are going to be pretty well equipped. Macintosh death rest has kicked in. Right, here we go. Okay, they're not as well equipped as I thought they would be. In fact, so far, they've really not got much scarier. What are you doing here? Who told you this would go? Which one of you, like, persuaded everybody else that would be like, hey, have you seen the vampire colony up the hill? We should drop into their porch via drop pods. We'll get them. They'll never know we're him. Like, and no one turned around and said, no, dude, the first word. The first word, what was that? Vampire. That word. Maybe this isn't a good idea. Did you bring anyone? No, the other drop pod did not contain anyone scary. Okay, Dragon Box. Let's have some combat command from you first. Perfect. Vampires, advance. Doggo, what? Doggo, you're about to get shot. Doggo. I don't know. Go in there. Huh. These guys really are morons. Where is Macintosh? Can you... I didn't think so. I was wondering if it had any psi powers, but I don't think those will go over either now. They won't. Okay, who can mine in this colony? Omnom and Mr. Canada. I'm going to use Omnom because Omnom can jump. Stop breaking my stuff. I will be with you shortly. Oh, you bastards. No. No, 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 no. Especially not you, Bowman. Oh, hello. Anyone else hungry? Oh, he dead. How are we looking for graves? Let me guess. Basic, yeah. What a surprise. Shocker. You know, let's just... You're pretty angry, aren't you, Macintosh? Well, I've got an idea for you. Go death rest. You can't break when you're death resting. How do, Mr. Pill? Thing fire? No, that was old. That was old. Ooh, what have you got on your back? I don't need a smoke bomb. No, the ancient danger is here. We know where that is. That's why it says AD on it. The power line being cut shouldn't be a problem because all my power lines... Let me show you the power network. My power network's got... Oh, right, internally. Yeah, okay, that's a problem. I don't have a redundancy for that. I probably should. We might want to run a line round this direction. Deathly installation loot. Oh. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Yes, it is being used an odd way. It is a word, but normally it will be referred to someone that's living, as opposed to an object. It's normally towards a something that could live in the first place. Right, okay, so I can just burn the raiders, But this both sends a message, but also satisfies Pawn's need. There is a grave watching recreation type and meditation type. So I could put, I probably should actually, put a meditation spot down here, and you see how it's linked to all those graves. And then one final benefit for why you bury people. If you don't have any graves on the map, or the only graves you do have on the map are for colonists, then what ends up happening is you get, you can't get the corpse obsession mental break. Which means you've just removed one of the least damaging mental breaks there is from the pool of options. No corpse to dig up, can't have a corpse obsession. So you end up with something worse. How do? Welcome in. Although, poor timed. Only because I need to briefly nip AFK. Sorry, I need to have a quick chat with Band. Some gig shenanigans has come up in that there might be another gig, so I need to quickly let them know my availability. One moment, please. I'll ruin your immersion any day of the week, son. And I'll enjoy doing it. So is it larve or larvae? How should I be pronouncing that? How is there blood in... Oh yeah, we murdered horses. Yes. Oh, fair enough. A third contender enters the ring. Dragon Box is still running around with that command shenanigans on. I should use that more often. That looked pretty strong. And I should also tell who is our Mr. Cannon. No construction is going to go on because Mac is the constructor. I've turned his priority down, which means no power in the base. Can you go and fix that, please? Thank you. And while you're at it, can you build the roof? And can someone else, maybe Holiday, come down and clean? Am I gonna have to show? Where is visibility of roofs? There we go. Cool, we're back indoors. And as such, your mood is pretty good, right? Yeah. I'm also going to need you to get down here and do these for me, my friend. We have nowhere to bury the corpses that are currently in the entranceway to the Vampire Palace. Oh, that's the plan. As I move stuff away from this area and tuck it deeper into the mountain, we turn this bit into like a grand and intimidating entranceway with vampire vibes. Have some gothic stuff around the place, and I don't know, some ominous music. Now it's time for a zzz, is it? Fire in the base. It was very ineffective. Mr. Canada, you built one of them. You arse. I knew he was going to do that, and I completely dropped from my mind. A wasted tip. I do this silently all the time. I should probably mention some of this stuff occasionally. Never build a door on the corner. There will come a time where you're going to need to fight in that doorway. And having both sides of the doorway available, I know this room's a bad example because there's a board blackboard in the way, means that you can have two people shooting out of that doorway instead of one. Same with melee shenanigans. It means that you can line 3 people around instead of 2. Just don't build it in a corner. And avoid doing what I did here and filling this corner block with an object as well. Generally leave the sides of corners free. Nice. Okay, so that's most of the damage recovered. I mean, in the end, they killed a couple of vents, a few wooden chairs, and a wall lamp. Oh, and some of my air conditioning pipe, actually, by the looks of things. Or is it just straight plumbing? Might just be straight plumbing. Nope, I am definitely missing some aircon pipe as well. Mr. Canada, you're not done. But that's why these prisons have got that set up, as I don't ever intend to be fighting for those from those prisons, and if I am fighting from those prisons, I'm fighting from this spot, shooting towards the doorway, and I've got a person there, person there, person there, all shooting down the corridor. We're not fighting either side of the door outwards with these. Mr. Canada, you've gone back to cooking meals again. Cannot work on sandstone plumbing. Missing 1x sandstone blocks. Unbelievable. It's because I've been building this wall out front, isn't it? Well, the door's open because it makes my pawns move around more quickly, and these guys, none of them have any legs. They're not going anywhere. Not only that, but I bet you the legs thing winds Tynan up something proper. Tynan does not like when there's a meta solution to a game mechanic. Like, think of the number of things that he's changed in RimWorld to stop you from being able to go, yeah, but I just do this and then it doesn't matter. You know, everything from turrets and changing weapon ranges, and then barrels needing to be replaced, infestations underground, you know, the eternal killbox, under mountain base arms race that he's on. I bet you this drives him nuts, because there's absolutely no way to fix it. Because you can't just get, what, are they supposed to regrow a leg somehow? You know what I mean? There's no way of getting around this one. There's no things you can just adjust. I think the only thing you could potentially do here is, and I don't think you'd do it for obvious reasons, you would have to introduce suicide. That's the only solution to this. But I can see strong reasons why he would not do that. Oh man, RimWorld is a dark game at times, because then my mind then immediately said to me, just whispered quietly, yeah, wasted, and then you just cut off their arms as well. RimWorld does these things to you. You become desensitized to it. And suddenly you're like, yeah, well, you know, prevent them from committing suicide because I've already chopped their legs off and I'm harvesting blood from them on a every 2-day basis. The answer is clearly just to cut their arms off as well. Then what are they going to do? You see, it's still going in the head because I had an answer for that question and then an answer for the answer, but we're not going there. Let's instead try and figure out why Svetlana is the, well, observed corpse. Yeah, okay, because it's all of the ideal Legion buffs, and then people are sick as well. Or debuffs. Observed corpse should be fixing itself. They're all buried now, but that'll persist for a bit. This piece of sandstone plumbing, I'm going to leave the blueprint there, but it's really not important that that gets rebuilt because there is nothing being fed at the front here by plumbing. As long as the aircon's running, which it is. Oh, man. He's got such a smiley face. All right, we're keeping the tortoise. You're not trainable, though. Oh, no, but you are in this list, so you can come inside. And I'm gonna call you Avi. No, not Avi. Call him Mr. Cern. Is a tortoise after all. If you have a tortoise, I think it's obligatory that they are a Mr. Or a Mrs. That's okay. Where tortoise gonna sleep? There's a female, still called Mr. Cern. I don't have a kids' room. The only people in the colony that's had any kids is Dragonbox and the Fool. And they're on their third. Speaking of which, that has got to be like any time now. Oh yeah, it is. Look at this. Fibrous mechanites moving plus 50%. And yet our actual total movement speed. Yep. I think we are about to arrive at time for another kiddo. What are we researching? We're doing auto. No, we're not researching anything. Oh. I want auto doors just for the kitchen. I don't use them anywhere else because they're quite expensive for what they are in reality. How you doing? We're keeping on top of the meals, Mr. Canada. Not great. I see. It's Mr. Sun. Making a mess in the hospital. Mr. Sun. Why, in fact, are you like this? few bits going on here I'm not a massive fan of. We are surprisingly low on meds. And I think food's about to hit critical again. No, it has hit critical again. When max up, we're going to have to go murder some animals, I think. How long we got? 17 hours, yeah. It's enough for us to live on the meals we got, but this is such a hungry colony. I'm hoping that we can do a good job with like having a nutrifungus warehouse. I don't know what we want to call it. I'm going to have to do some measuring to figure out spacing for supports in there as well. But that's the plan. You're done, aren't you? You cooked what you can. Dragon Box is in labour. It's happened. Dragon Box is in labour, relaxing socially, and talking about eating peas. Dragon Box, would you care to? No, you're gonna play chess. Okay. And then you fell out. Om Nom, would you care to rescue our pregnant person, please? They're being a dumbass. Oh, what the? It didn't give me the event? Was that some sort of... Whoa. That's some sort of one-off... That's got to be some sort of one-off weirdness, because that was moments between labour and birth, to the extent that there was no assist childbirth option. Yeah. It's another man, another male. Now I have to make the decision about what I was talking about earlier. No, we need to continue the theme, right? The kids of Dragon Box are called Holiday and November. No, I'm thinking we need to change Easter. Now, there's a good thought. Or whiskey, or now you guys are getting where I'm trying to go down the line of. I was thinking of maybe the name of a wind or of a cloud. But no, I don't. Already on some good lines from chat as well. Thank you, guys. Tunguska. And that is the name of a tank. Anti-aircraft piece, if I remember correctly. No, I'm not sure we'll go with that one. I like Zephyr. Mistral's pretty good as well. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Dragonbox, it's also the name of an anti-aircraft. Thank you, Lovic. Very much appreciate the prime. No. A boob. It is the third baby to go through the Sandstone Crib Excellent, entitled Victory of Macintosh, which now we know that Macintosh is Dragonbox's mother, so his grandmother to these children. That's kind of appropriate. Grandma made the crib and just called it Victory. Mr. Canada, what are you doing? You're digging a sandstone. No, you're not. You're making art. Get over there and do art. There's a RimWorld tutorial? Yep, you will go and stand in the dirt and rough-walled room, and you will art. You will art. Think of the wall that you are staring at for the next God knows how many hours as inspiration. I mean, I don't know. I've never even looked. I haven't played. I learned to play RimWorld in like Alpha 6, so it's been a while. I do not have context for these things. Why did I make the Ideal Legion want a grand sculpture as their thing? It takes so much work, and it's so slow. This was not a good plan, wasted. Macintosh is still not on auto wake? Wasted. Up you get, lady. Immediate building happens. Including the making of a masterwork dining chair. Titled Portrait by Loss. An engraving on this furniture resembles an abstracted rendering of happiness. If you squint your eyes, the vertical composition of the image reveals the outline of a turtle. The work has a figurative feeling and a static structure. I think I know what this chair is about. It's Portrait of Loss, because we've ended up with a CERN. No, lady, you're not building a camel hide animal bed. You're actually going outside and murdering some of the local wildlife. Now, the way this works is you go and you kill the horse. Thank you. And then you go and you kill the horse. And then would you believe? Let there be meat. Hey, Goslow. Zoomers, I'm actually only running a very small mod list. There are 4. You have Dub's Mint Minimap. This thing up here, it is fantastic. Has a few special features, but just having a minimap, useful. Then I am running RimHUD, which is what gives me this. And this is fully configurable, so you decide what goes on it. So you can go in here and literally say, I want this stuff said here in this way. Then you have Chat Interaction Bubbles, which is not an important mod, but I quite like it. No one is talking at the moment. Give it 1 second, then someone will talk. There. It does that. It pops up in a little bubble. The game already has this. It's just hidden in this menu. You have to go and look in the social menu and this stuff is there anyway. This just makes it pop up in a bubble so you can see that Sepp is chatting about sports. Or sometimes they do. Sometimes the stuff is more relevant and interesting than just they chatted about sports. And then finally, the only gameplay altering mod is Dub's Bad Hygiene, which adds essentially a full water and related needs system. So plumbing, toilets, baths, swimming pools, air conditioning, sewage treatment, water storage, fertilization, that sort of stuff. In fact, that's pretty much all of it, but yeah. Which is tied in as a specific need for your ports. I considered thirst to be covered kind of underwater. And that's it as far as mods are concerned. You got Dub's Minimap and Dub's Bad Hygiene. You got RimHUD and you got Chat Interaction Bubbles. That's all. Nice slimline run for this one, but with it, I think there is. I think it's quite nice sometimes to, when you've got a new DLC out, just run normal Shenanigans. Activity, loving. Then briefly, activity standing. Then activity sleeping. Your baby's right there. You've only just given birth. Calm it down. Oh, Macintosh leading a double lesson. Two kids at once learning how to, for some reason, shoot from Macintosh. Yeah. It's an important skill with a gunshot wound in her chest. Worth noting. Actually, it's not a gunshot wound. I think it's an alpaca wound. What HP is the armor on now? 25% already. Macintosh's armor. This is a thing. We end up in the long run the most valuable commodity in the vampire colony is fresh copies of marine or cataphract armor, because we go through it so quickly. Oh, but no, sorry. Big Face is teaching cooking to Holiday. I've got to tell you, I'm not entirely sold on Mistral or Mistral yet. It's not quite as standard a word as the other ones. I am already aware of the Allow Tool mod. We didn't run it to begin with because I don't think when I started it was updated yet. Kettle. You reckon kettle? I'm not so convinced. No, ignore me. I am actually going to go with Leafy's suggestion. Red Pill, if you need to discharge a capacitor and you don't have the correct resistor to do so directly, time. That depends on how big the capacitor is and what voltage we're talking. What's this capacitor in? I mean, to be honest, this is an important part. What's this capacitor in and what voltage is it? Because depending on the answer to that question, the answer to how to discharge it may be as simple as just put a screwdriver over it. AC 120 volt 10 amp. That doesn't sound right. Those are not really the numbers that capacitors are measured in. Yeah, you should have a MF on there somewhere. Hopefully MF. If it's not MF and something else, then... What are you even dealing with here? Oh. 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 Ah, this is not going to be a small capacitor. Yeah, I just scrolled down the manual a bit. I was like, oh, right. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes. Do you need to discharge the capacitor? 100%. You are. You might have heard me, Red Pill, talk about how I'm very concerned about opening up my CRT monitor. Because I need to, and I also have a subwoofer that I need to repair. Both of these were ones that I was quite concerned about opening up because I needed to know that they hadn't been powered on at any point recently. Your AC probably has a bigger capacitor than both of those. I reckon double? CRTs are a bit of a special one because they run at very high voltage. So you end up with some pretty gnarly caps in them. But yeah, I would not mess around with a capacitor in an AC unit. And when you say how long to let it discharge, 2 weeks to a month. Yeah, I honestly, I think the best answer is just to order yourself the resistor you need. There is no rushing that job. It's not worth trying to do, dude. If that capacitor is what I believe it to be, then it's the sort of thing that has a good chance of killing you. Like a better chance than grabbing the mains would. Apologies, I was just booking the band for another stream gig. Looks like we're going to try and slide in early September. No, for a stream gig. As in, I was hassling them to say, look, I want to just do another stream attempt. Because last time round, honestly, it didn't go great. The audio quality was garbo. And the video quality was garbo. So this time round, I'm just proposing that we do it at my place, where we use my internet, and I just run a long old internet cable up the garden for the duration. And we do it properly this time, with more tracks than we had before, and in a place that we're not even paying for. And then maybe I do some recording and mixing and get some proper tracks sorted out, and we stick those tracks up on Patreon. We have been known to make music. I play bass guitar and also am the band's, what would you call it? Technical guy? Because it's not just sound engineer, because I'm doing all of the bits of the chain. But as such, blah blah blah. Look, it's my band, as recorded by me with my equipment in 16 channels, and now being mastered by me as well. We learning things. And, you know, worst case scenario, also another career path potentially. I've been preparing a kazoo part to play alongside Andy's mouth trumpet. King of the Swingers, we got to play live today for the first time, and it went really well. It was like by a good margin, which makes sense given that there was a lot of kids present and a lot of kids' parents present. Was by a good margin the best received track of the day. And I did a pretty decent bass line. My baseline for King of the Swingers today was dirty. Leafy, Andy wants to do it. You know, the Andy being the main singer and the acoustic guitarist, he's trying to get us to do it. He wanted that mouth trumpet bit to be all 5 of us. Originally. He's changed his mind since, but he's still trying to push us. He's got 4 of the 5 of us singing, and the only reason the drummer's not singing is because, honestly, I've said, hang on a second, no, I'm still learning how to do this. Please don't make me try and give the drummer a vocalist mic. Do you know how hard that's going to be to make not sound like crap? I don't want to have to deal with another mic in the drum kit. The drum kit is already a pain in the backside. Oh, what you got? We got a guitar, acoustic guitar, electric guitar, bass guitar, and a keyboard. Between those, they use 5 inputs because the keyboard uses 2. The drums use 6. And I've got a quite light setup. You know what? King of the Swingers. Which is not in this file.
You are little groovy.
Leave forever angry
Well,
now.
I'm the king of the swingers, out the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and I've had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I wanna be a man and come and stroll right into town and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around. Well, well, well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooby-doo. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, can learn to be human too. So don't try to tease me, man cub. I made a deal with you. If I require is man's red fire to make me feel like you.
So what next? The relic. Yeah, the relic. We got two. We got the crypto drone data hack. Yeah. This version today was... this version's a bit messy. Today's was much better. But I'll eventually get a good recording. So we need to take Dragon Box, Mr. Canada.
I could do a little pause here and just waiting for everybody starts singing at this point. And then nobody's in a little chat and we go, fine.
Wait for it.
Yeah. And then it gets really fast. You ready? Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, they learn to be human too. One more time, I said now, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if
Agreed. That song suits our group very, very well, to the extent that we almost need more like it. Right. The Lovenor. Let's have a look. Just have a look at how it compares to our existing. So the Steel Gladius. So it does about double the damage a second. But the problem with the Lovenor is this. This weapon's persona is highly disturbed and won't shut up about it. It wails mad notions to whoever it is bonded with, suppressing their mood. Yeah, we got a really bad roll on the Lovener, unfortunately. I'm hoping the next one will be better because this is weak. It doesn't even have much damage. It's bad trait, low damage. Yeah. Unfortunately, it is what it is. But I'm wondering if that is Dragonbox's weapon, because Dragonbox has been consistently the happiest person in the colony. I think partly because Dragonbox is constantly having children. Speaking of which, how long before you've got your genes back? Not that long. I need to think hard about who gets to be the next vampire. I'm kind of tempted to make it Dragonbox. Partly because if I'm... actually, if I make it... Right, here's a question. Chat. If you're in this position... Right. I've got the vampire xenogenes, but I have these... I don't know why this has gone off the top of the window. I think I have too many... I think I've broken the game because I've got too many stuff in it. Anyway, these are your standard germline genes. If she has kids, or if someone with this gene type has kids, they get all the germline genes, right? These don't transfer, but these do. All of them. Not just some of them. Even the disabled ones still transfer. Am I right about that? Yes, but at the moment I only have one. There is one vampire. I mean, ideally we end up with Dragonbox and the Fool both being vampires. You know what? We should do the Fool first because they're the couple and Dragonbox is 36 and the Fool is 57. We need to fix the Fool, then give it to Dragonbox as well, and then we've got our breeding couple because these two are at it like rabbits. Also being full vampire. So then their kids are full vampire kids. I think that makes sense. Holy moly, do we have blood in storage? It's unheard of. Sep, you look relatively happy with life. Here's a thought for you. How about you give us some of your blood? Same with you. The same with you. The same with you. Are you human? In which case... Hang on a second. Ah, it's not there as an option. Right, that's how they got around that. I was just like, what's to prevent you from taking blood then from a vampire and just feeding it to a vampire? And the answer is, you're not allowed to take blood from a vampire. It's just not an option. No explanation as to why, you just can't. Oh, it's so slow. It's alright, it goes faster if I click the speed up button. Okay, everyone is in a good mood. It is time to quest it up. Right, we're going to do the shuttle one first. Am I only allowed to load 3? Exactly 3. Okay. That's not too hard to deal with. Exactly 3 murder hobos. Understood. Strange. I happen to have exactly 3 murder hobos. Let's go. Oh, we got a big unknown building as usual. Oh no, none of the fire foam packs are full. I need to fix that. I need to get chem fuel soon. Someone remind me when we get back. In fact, hang on. Let's do it now. No, not the grizzly bear. That's really asking for trouble. Oh no, that's hunt. Mac, why are you so slow? What's up? No, seriously, what? Why are you so slow? The hell, man? Macintosh's intellectual is surprisingly good. Well then. That was a thing, I guess. Yeah, you got to pick up the glitter world. The rest of it, not too bothered about, but the glitter world, hell yeah. That was a thing, I guess. No, the raid would have attacked me if I'd been there for 4 days, but I don't exactly understand how you could have hung around in that place for 4 days doing that. Just got lucky. Sometimes RimWorld doesn't hate you. Most of the time it does, but sometimes. Uno memento, please. I require a drink. I have returned with a drink. Roger that, Red Bill. Good luck, man. Oh, November's even cleaning. Love to see it. I mean, Dragonbox is sleeping outside, but, you know, there's worse things that can happen. Observed rotting corpse 5. Yeah, you caused those corpses, I think. No, we just found them. Ignore me. This is one of the few times that, yeah. There's nothing nicer than someone arriving and just announcing that, like, by the way, your second choice. Screw you, Tenebris. You don't know that. I could be very pretty. Just wait. Niece reminded me today that the makeover is still due. I don't know. Depends what you want. harvest all this stuff that's ended up not in a zone while this construction goes on. Macintosh is going to be very busy for a bit. Mr. Canada is maybe a third of the way through the statue creation, but is also responsible for cooking meals, which we're low on. You know, I think it might be. We have a spare bed. It might be time for another invitation to dinner. These kids are a bit of a nightmare in that, well, they don't do a huge amount. November's about to go up a tier. Go up to next growth stage, but also go up a tier, which is good because then we get a passion as well. And whiskey is 15 days, so yeah, it's gonna be a while. It's Avi. Mr. Discern on his daily rounds. Going checking out what's going on. Is that owner? His son. No, no. That's the son. Oh God. We have one. We need to have to start feeding it. Yeah, these guys are... I mean, Tyner knows what he's doing. Boomalopes, chem fuel, and chem products are used in huge amounts of stuff. So you end up having to deal with the explodey guys. Isn't that fun? No. Similarly, so gives me room for corridor between them if I need to. Transport crash, Ellie. Suffering from paralytic aphasia. That is not amazing. You better be... okay, I was about to say you better be amazing. And actually, yeah, you kind of are. And what are you? Oh, you're one of... Oh, my God. You need to be converted, but... I think we want Ellie, so I think it is fancy bedroom time for Ellie. And we might, while we're at it, go with a light in here for now. And also, while we're at it, how much does a sleep accelerator actually cost? Is it components? It's 5 components. Alright, yeah, ignore that. Alright, so now. Accept, put that back because I was being an idiot apparently. And send November. Can you? You're not. November may not be. Nope. The 5-year-old is about to carry them back. I wonder if being made a vampire cures paralytic aphasia. Good to know. Thank you, Duke. It does not. Right, we're just going to have to sit that one through then. That's not the end of the world. It's a good pawn to wait for. I mean, 15 in mining and then when not mining, can research. And is going to be half decent in combat. And is also the right type of pawn. I maybe should have captured them as a prisoner, though. I'm already regretting the choice not to, because now I have to deal with conversion. Oh, peace talks, bless you. No, 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 no. So here's another element to the RimWorld puzzle. If you decide that you are going to make friends with everybody, if you decide that you are going to be happy with everyone around you, then what you do is mean that the only thing you can get is mechanoid raids. Because who's going to attack you otherwise? If you have no enemies, all Cass has to use is mechanoids and bugs. And bugs are only available if you're underground. And manhunters, yeah. So you just sit there with a constant cycle. There is a strong argument for making sure that you're... I mean, look at it from this perspective. If you really want to game it out, which is not what I'm doing at the moment, I'm not intentionally at least, you end up at war with every tribal faction. Because they're pretty straightforward. And then if you really want to game it out, you're friends with the royals. So you don't occasionally get royal death raids coming and going, ha 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 ha, cataphract armor in your face. You know, pick some weak factions and go and make them your enemies. In reality, for me, almost everyone's my enemy except for this one tribe that's been trading with me. And even they're not exactly happy at the moment, apparently. I'm not sure what I did to piss them off. Svetlana gonna go do some corpse obsession shenanigans. Gonna get Lilatan out of his box. Can we put Lilatan back in his box, please? Sep, can we, put Lilatan back in his box? Thank you. Okay, so, next up. The component problem. Right, okay, so another RimWorld tip. These breakpoints, electricity, microelectrics, and fabrication and starflight, are not just simple stages in the tech tree. As soon as you research one of these stages, you start a timer. And that timer is the time until your pawns somehow magically know that everything in this tree exists. And they want it. So a very, very obvious example is if anyone's ever played any of the transhumanists, etc., body modders, the second you unlock microelectrics, you've got a limited amount of time until they know what a neural supercharger is. And as soon as they do, they'll do what I'm going through right now, which is wanting this neural supercharger. They've been wanting it since before I ever researched it. Arathon, you're missing out. Ideology is... I would argue that in order of experience so far, Ideology might even be my favorite expansion or DLC. It's a tough one between Biotech and Ideology. I don't know enough about Odyssey to put it on the list yet. But, yeah, Ideology is very good. What? What? Worrying. Oh, I see. Would you believe we've struck compacted machinery right next to the compacted machinery I've marked for mining? It's crazy. No one would have thought. But yet it still happened. We're also out of steel as well, aren't we? Svetlana, please go and death rest. No, not in your bed. In the box. Full. Sure. The fool lives here. Well, but fires of danger. Mr. Cern, you do not know the deal. And I will poke the danger room once we've been through. We are entering what is known as the death rest cycle, where everyone's death rest kind of comes up at once. So we've got to do November, Svetlana, Dragon Box, and Omnom before we can do anything else, really. Because we're just going to be down multiple colonists for a while. Boomalope 1 is pregnant. Boomalope children. How exciting. Alright, we need to have a look at timing. Oh, that's what I thought. One day. Oh no! Wasted. Think about what you're doing first. I've got people I could put on to plant, on growing and plant cutting. Like Matt can do some. There's a few folks in there that could do it, but I'm just a bit annoyed with myself for not thinking a bit further ahead. I'm thinking about waking them up now. Yeah, I mean, kids are fine. It's a different way of playing. It does give them a debuff, but at the same time, look, let's make the assumption that Cass is about to repeat her continued behavior, and we are about to get 2 events back to back. A, we are already low on food. And after 2 events, we're going to be recovering from those. B, those events could be really brutal, and I might actually need even a debuffed, without death rest, medic around, for example. I'm less sure about waking up Svetlana, mostly because Svetlana is in a really bad mood because of the fibrous mechanites. And I have a suspicion she'll just break anyway. And she can't break while she's in a death rest casket. So she kind of might as well stay there. But I think we wake up the Fool. He's not a combat individual, but what he is someone who can go and A, get all this food in as quickly as possible. Not particularly quickly, because again, missing his shenanigans, but actually thinking about it, no, we are waking him up. Yeah, he's going to have a debuff. Then we're finding... we've got a cooldown on it. I was going to work drive him. And then he's downed. Oh, it's because he hasn't properly woken up yet. And then we're going to schedule the Fool for a full work schedule. Because, he's not a combatant. But I do need that food harvested now. Before Cass does something, we have 1 day to get as much food in as possible. And on that note, let's also... up hauling priority on everybody else. I'd stop him, but he's extracting hemogen packs, and that's actually kind of important as well. Oh, he also has a go frenzy at the moment, so he is actually doing things pretty damn quick. So this is not bad. No, at this point, Fool, drop your doctor priorities. I need you actually, gather the food. We've been running on a knife edge when it comes to food supplies for a while, and I've had enough of it. This is a really good stock of food. I want them. It's as simple as that. I don't know why his his priority of orders is going like this. That's kind of jank, but. And I'm gonna cancel that lot because that's enough hay and or no, Mr. Fool. I cancelled it. Wake up. Oh, it's just ready to harvest. Dolt. You wanna eat my kiddo? Surprise, buddy. Kiddo's got a few tricks. And an LMG. They weren't planting. He was harvesting other stuff, but I guess it was part of the planting requirement, order, whatever you want to call it. Dragon Box, can you come out here and murder a fox, please? Because it is going to keep going for holidays. It's just very confused because I made holiday jump. And it doesn't know how to deal with that. Hello. We are not food. Curse Shrine disrespected? What by? Because the room's dirty. Holiday? No. November? Morning corn. Whiskey can't do anything because whiskey is a baby. Can't really expect whiskey to do that. So I'll go clean the shrine, will you? Good job, the fool. Get us the food. Everyone else, get this crap inside. Before someone comes and burns it. Yeah, this is why it was worth waking the fool up. It's because even with the death rest concerns and the sickness and everything, the fool is in such a good mood that it doesn't matter. And that debuff is not enough. Because we're above the death rest marker, that's not enough to stop him from being quite effective. As long as they've been in death rest enough to get them above that line, which is a really good reason why you death rest early and don't wait until it's empty. When you wake them up, the debuff is nothing like as bad as actual death rest exhaustion. So you can wake them up early. There just is a punishment for doing so. Enough of it successful. Like yeah, there's the odd botched harvest, which obviously you wouldn't normally get from someone with plants 14, but What we do have now is a full fridge, or getting there, and that's big. We haven't had a full fridge in a long while, and if we can get that full fridge before Cass comes and takes all of our food away again, that would be fantastic. I might even be able to start feeding them some nice meals, get their mood up. Corn takes a while to deteriorate, so I think we might be alright, even through a solar flare. It would have to be a very long one. By all means, Mr. Ranger. Yes, Ellie is joined. Ellie will be very good, but Ellie has paralytic abasia. She was a drop pod, but is already one of the Sanguo Fregis and skills. Yes, we decided to deal with the paralytic abasia. 29 days was 32 when started. And hope that she wakes up early. I can, yes. I have bio-sludge refining. But I also have a growing collection of boom lips. Yes, I've already done the bio-sludge research. I just haven't got onto it yet. Where it is, but or at least I think I've done the bio-sludge research. That might have been a previous game. No, I've done biofuel. Yes, bring in the food. More food. I know. No, these guys actually don't like eating veg. They want to be eating Nutrifungus. Specifically. 8 non-fungus plant cooked. That's what this is for. This is a Nutrifungus warehouse. I'm going to roof it in. And then we'll have some other stuff around the outside. But the idea is this is a separate building, not a kill box or anything like that. So we can still fight them in here. And I might even get rid of the potatoes, so we got a clear zone to fight them in. But this is the fun box. And then actually we were talking about opening up this, moving the prisons and these beds and so on and all of this back, because we had a raid drop through the ceiling here. Moving it all back deeper into the mountain and turning this into just like a proper vampire entranceway. I don't use turrets. I think turrets are a waste of time. They spend as much time shooting your own colonists as they do anything useful, and you need such a volume of them these days that they basically define how you're going to play. You want to go turrets, then you have to have a kill box, and you have to be constantly chasing reinforced barrels and constantly worrying about all that stuff, and it's a different way of playing, and I just... Nope, I don't do turrets, I don't do kill boxes. I've moved away from that. I don't like it. I feel like there's an argument that by going through the turret and kill box approach, you make yourself very inflexible. You become reliant on it. And then when you're faced with a threat that doesn't work with your turret and kill box approach, then what do? You try and kite them there, maybe? You know what I mean? It's just... Or you end up with this weird scenario where you're trying to make like a kill box that works for every possible option, and it kind of doesn't exist. Because there's sieges, and there's tunnelers, and there's drop pods through your roof, and there's infestations, and there's mech pods that can just show up bloody anywhere. And if, you know, depending on what you're running, you might even have the full DLCs, and then you can just have, I mean, warp creatures appear wherever the hell they want. It doesn't, I don't feel like RimWorld really supports the idea of, you've only got so much time, you've only got so much resource to invest. Time is your biggest resource in RimWorld. I would rather spend my time building colonists that can kill 10 people in man-to-man combat at once than I would do trying to build 10 turrets. Because that person that can kill 10 people is going to be useful in every scenario. Dongons. What the hell is a dongon? Oh, dungeon. Right. That makes sense. Everything is waiting on components. Which I know technically means that everything is waiting on blimmin' fabrication. But there is more components on the map. They're just underground. I was hoping that I might encounter some of them. But so far, that has not happened. Yes, more corn. Nope. Our research game in this colony is actually pretty weak. It's on the list of things to do. Right, let's take the chefs off of high level. And let them get on to actual chefing. You should be set to drop on... No, drop on floor. Drop on floor. Why would you not drop on floor?
Another boy joins the crew.
Hey, Echoing. What is the goal of this run? To restore my vampires to greatness after their unfortunate experience with the Arco Nexus and the somewhat debilitating effects received to their genome from it. Eventually, we're going to go to space, become space vampire pirates, and terrify everybody. It's going to be great. Paid raid source, eh? Ooh, Silent Neuroformer. This is a trap, isn't it, Cass? I know a trap when I see one. What are you up to? What are you up to? I'll be back in a second, girl. I'll take a quick bio break, but something's going on here. No, I'm thinking about it. This might be legit. 4 tribes people, probably worth about 2,000. The fact that there's extra stuff going on, it's just one Neuroformer. And we're in the gap. I want that Neuroformer, so yeah. You're that close. Oh dear. That was an error. Are you ready for invisible Macintosh? Yeah, I learned last time round that the psi powers end up getting pretty crazy. And as part of that, I was like, you know what? Let's make sure that this time round I don't miss out on neuroformer chances. Hello. How you doing? Guys, they can all come up here. Oh, that's evil. Oh my god. Oops, wrong way. Morning, Nutters. I'm not sure I want RNGs to like me at the moment, Zumas. I was asking if there's anyone alive in the cages, and right now I've got a concerning amount of colonists, given that multiple of them are not actually usable colonists yet. Ellie's out, Whiskey is out. These two are kind of questionable. Yes, I did. Thank you, Nutters. Yeah, I even called you Nutters there. Appreciate it, dude. How's tricks? Medical emergency? Oh, okay. Oh, dear. Malnutrition? Yeah. The fool? I never fixed your stuff, did I? Probably not. Yeah. We finally had a good harvest. Which means it's also time to add some lavish meals to the mix while we've got both types of food. And then I think we should also, ironically, because I can't be bothered to make my own one, adjust the lavish food policy to not include lavish food so I can save that as a mood buff when I need it. Rather than just spitting it into the wind of general mood improvements. Oh, God. Oh, but that wasn't actually even what I was responding to, but that's not great. Oh, copied the wrong person. Sep, I need you to be feeding these folks if they need it. Oh, right, you don't have handle. Sorry, Warden. Or Mac's one of them, and Mac ends up being busy doing other things a lot. So yes, we need substitutes for Mac and Dragonbox. Sir. Dope. Alright, you get one. And don't like it because it didn't have fungus in it. I mean, haters. You know what? I also should, turn off sewing on those and make sure that I have...
You sure this one's a boy? He looks more
a
like
better
a girl.
heal root zone than I have, because we're going to need it, because it won't be able to grow underground. Well, thank you for the follow. Later, the fool. Oh. Lost cause. Don't go. No, it's not. They're both going to burn. Room that's sealed, it's going to get superheated. Look, it's at 300 plus. Anybody that goes in there is not living. That was 100% a trap if you tried to save it. We'll probably lose the wood up here, but otherwise should be okay. But where will it vent to? And it will take a while, when in reality, I could just sacrifice the small amount of stuff that's in that room and not care about it. It's a few bits of steel and a couple of boomalopes that, honestly, I don't actually need. I can just build a biofuel refinery and do it that way, so. Also, there's 4 mortars there. Nice. Svetlana has gone a Goju binge, and there isn't any. Cool. Good on you, lady. You do that. It's actually in a mixed biome. Specifically, the terrain features of this place is mixed biomes, so it's 2 different biomes. It's a desert and a something, but it doesn't tell you explicitly what they are. It's slowly progressing. Yeah, this I don't mind, because I was going to deconstruct all that stuff anyway, and it's just some wood, so whatever. But I just searched for Gojus. It has a dash in it. Oh, Svetlana, really? You fucking ass. You know you're not getting any go juice, right? Blowing fibrous mechanites. Told you this was trouble. Ah. That doesn't help. Nor does having any cleaners. Let's get the kids set to mainly cleaning. The kids have got to be due age soon, shall we? Oh yes, we've almost got November up. Not yet, Dragonbox. You are death resting, so it's unlikely to at the moment. Can you wake up, please, Ellie? Bonus room quality. To aim for extremely impressive bedroom as an eventual buff. So what we're going to do is prep Svetlana to death rest through the worst bit of the withdrawal. To the extent that I might even turn off the death rest accelerator. Oh, it's a Bree. Good night, Tron. Have a good one. Howdy, Bree. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We's playing some Rim. With my broken vampires. Vampire-ish. Vampire-esque. These things. Stressful. Cassandra is very angry with me and has moved into consistent double raid territory. So every 11 days, I get 2 events, one after the other, and they're generally like raid, psychic ship, infestation, raid, enemy raid, enemy raid. So it's getting a little edgy at the moment. We're at a bit of a rocky point in development. But I did just get a massive food harvest in, which is big. Although I should adjust my stockpiles to not hold these lavish meals, because we are saving those for when we need them. I'm arguing with the surgeon. Well, actually, I'm not arguing with the surgeon. I've stopped arguing with the surgeon. I'm going for second opinion. It's still awkward 7 months later. It still hurts. I still can't turn it certain directions. Like, it's not comfortable. And the surgeon is not playing ball at the moment, I think because he doesn't want to admit fault. But, I mean, basically I went and had fresh x-rays taken. And that screw is sticking out. Some of the other ones potentially too, but one of them is like, there's no question. So his argument is that he doesn't believe that's causing any problems. And my argument is, yeah, but it's exactly where I have the pain. It's exactly where it hurts. So it's gonna get expensive, basically. So yeah, hopefully the second opinion means that at least I can turn around and be like, no, guy, no, this is not how it works. That's actually not okay. You're not supposed to have a screw sticking the other side of the bone. That just means you did it wrong. But I don't know how it's going to go, so. And inevitably, it's private healthcare, so it's expensive. Hey, otherwise things are going well. Ish. Mostly well. It's painful and awkward, but it's not debilitating. So, you know, it could be a lot worse. I'm okay about it. I'm just not looking forward to the inevitable you've got to fight for it thing. I would have just preferred to not be here, if that makes sense. Just, like, could we not have done this? Couldn't you just, like, if you messed up, say you've messed up, let's go through that process. Let's not have to fight about it. I mean, I've got to get some chrome on me. I've got some. That's on my arm at the moment. That's titanium, my friend. However, chances are it's getting taken out, which is going to be another healing process. Because then I've just got 7 large holes through my arm. Yeah, but if they'd used copper, then they couldn't have charged me as much as they charged me for it. Hey, that's 25 grams of metal right there. About 6 inches in length. £4,000. Just for the metal and screws. Not the rest of it. Oh, but doesn't reactive sound fun? The break in my elbow is knitted. Yes, but America is broken, guys. Like, okay, the NHS might be an utter mess, but it's just the simple fact of its existence keeps private medical in check. When there is a free alternative, or not free, but you know what I mean, when there is a tax-paid default alternative, private medical is kept in check by default. Because it is always held in comparison. So, well, yeah, I ended up going for private medical because I wanted it done quickly, because the NHS has a lot of problems. It does at least stop the private medical sector from becoming ridiculous, exploitative, which is unfortunately what you've got in the US. Is you have a private medical sector that's exploitative and is allowed to get away with it. I can tell you, I can blow your mind with one simple thing. I live above my brother and sister-in-law and their family. They recently put down their one of their 2 cats. Unfortunately, he'd got to the stage where it was the right decision. But for the 2.5 years previously, that cat was having twice daily insulin injections. I think they were about, it adds up over time, but I think they were about £4 an injection. Takashi Maru, let's not go down that line. It's not healthy. We should not criticize other people in that way. Because you can be damn certain I've got some thoughts on it, but no, let's not do that. So it sucks. I highly sympathize. You know, for all my complaints about my elbow and the costs of it, because obviously, you know, the costs are still expensive. There's still something that I struggle with. It's nothing in comparison to what you have to deal with in the US. So I highly sympathize. That system is a mess. Somehow even more so than our public one. How did I break the elbow? Because karma eventually catches up with you, and you can only be a salty asshole for so long before the world goes, fuck you. Last year, heading into winter, and it is the second year of Armski, an event I run where basically I've managed to somehow convince a bunch of my community to go skiing with me in the French Alps. We rent a big chalet, a whole bunch of us go, so, you know, this year our chalet is sleeping 32 people, and I'm renting an additional chalet next to it. That's how big it's got. But yeah, start of the year. Armski 2 is coming up. Armski 1 is 17 people. Armski 2 is 30. And I'm hyped, and I'm pretty damn convinced that the 30 is because it's year 2 and year 1 working has meant that there's a bunch of people that are like, yeah, I'll give it a punt. I probably won't come more than once, but it's worth a shot. So I'm really, really hyped for it. But I've also got planned with some of the people I've met from the first year, the people a bit more into skiing than other guys, that we're going to go in advance of that trip. We're going to go along to a place called UCPA, with a company called UCPA. It's a French charity, like non-profit organization that runs a bunch of sporting-related stuff around France. And part of that is they own and run cheap, tuition-inclusive, but like barracks accommodation style holidays where they're super cheap. You get lots of food, but it's not good, not amazing food, and it's like all like just like straight buffet style. And I don't mean buffet like nice buffet. I mean, no, here's just an enormous tray of potatoes. There you go, and so on. It was good enough food. French don't do too badly in that respect, but there was 8 of us in a room on bunk beds, and this room was tiny. You know, this room's no bigger than the office I use now. Like, 1.5 meters wide, 2 meters wide, by maybe 3 meters long. Sorry, Americans, I know that's absolute means nothing to you. No, not even 12/34 of a football pitch wide by 18 eagles long. Last time I used yards, everyone got angry with me, Pennyworth, and was like, what are yards? No, none of us ever use yards. I was told that it was only a thing in fabrics. Yards was a fabrics thing. When you say people at the time, this was like 3 weeks ago. Okay, fair enough, Zarethra. Yes, okay, I was being a bit facetious. Don't get me wrong. I don't know, either way, it was the sort of room where if all 8 people stood up at once, no one could move. And we had 1 shower and 1 toilet between the 8 of us. That was literally, you had a corridor big enough to hold the doorways to a shower and a toilet that were no bigger than the corridor, and that was attached to the side of the room. So it was fairly grim. But it was our training one. So we go along, get introduced. I've bought a new car for the purpose of driving us all there, because I'm getting really into this whole ski trip thing with friends. Been wanting to do it for a long time. It's been amazing. So we show up. First night goes okay, but I'm like, hell no am I staying in this room with 7 other people. I am hot. I can't sleep. I'm the sort of person that gets very... I'm very self-conscious of me disturbing other people. So I'll be sitting there like, and I need to cough, but I won't because that might wake someone up, etc. And I just couldn't sleep. So second day, I'm like, fuck it. I want to enjoy this trip. I am going to see if I can rent a cheap hotel somewhere nearby, just a single hotel room. And I find one and it's like $300 for the whole week. So whatever, no worries. That day, we get our skis sorted, we get our stuff sorted. So on Sunday, we get our skis and our stuff sorted. We go out, and I go out and I've got a set of boots that I bought during the year, my first time wearing them, and they destroy my feet. They utterly destroy my feet. Within about 30 minutes, they are so painful, I have to take them off. So I come back and I try and find a way of sorting it out. Only get to ski for about an hour. But it's fine, we've got the rest of the week ahead, we've got lessons, they're big group classes, going to meet a bunch of other folks and so on. That night, I go down to check into this hotel that I've booked. And as I'm walking back to meet up with everybody at the sort of big communal building where, you know, it's a nice building. The accommodation sucks, but the food was okay, and they've got a nice bar and they've got a lot of entertainment and stuff. So we were going back up there to meet up for the rest of the night. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm walking a bit fast, and I just suddenly go down harder than I fell faster than I have ever fallen. It was ridiculous. There was no fall. I was just on the ground. On my elbow, abruptly. And it hurt like crap. Like, really hurt, and I should have paid some attention to this. I got super duper hot enough that I jumped up immediately, took all of my, all my jacket and my clothes. Went down to a t-shirt because I was sweating super, super hard. I was just so warm, and a few people ran over and was like, "Are you okay? Do you want us to call an ambulance?" I was like, No. And the bus I was running for pulled up, and I just got on it. Took the bus up to where people were, and sort of, in retrospect, sat in shock for the next 2 hours while people, I got fed some painkillers, and people were slowly, we were talking about it, was like, no, it can't be broken, you can move it relatively freely. But I'm also not thinking very clearly and not talking very clearly. But anyway, we go through the night. I'm like, oh, it's fine. I haven't hurt myself so bad. Go back to the hotel, sleep through. And then the next morning, I'm like, this still really kind of hurts. You know what? I'm not going to go on the lesson this morning. I'm going to skip the lesson. And I'm going to go down to the medical center because it's stupid if I go on the first lesson when I'm, in pain. Cause myself further harm, I won't get to do the rest of the week. I'll go down to the medical center and within 10 minutes find out that... Where is it? I've gone too far back. I think this folder is definitely not a mess. Don't worry about it. This thing's fine in here. The arbitrary... This is the folder I download things into. Ah! So yeah, and there's the x-ray. Yeah, pretty straight scuffed. Straight through the entire way through to the joint. No partial messing around here. No, this is a hard drop fracture. Just done. And that was the point at which I'm pretty certain that the private medical center I was in the resort, because they only have private medical centers in the resort, and my insurance company were in cahoots together. Because they decided that this didn't need any special treatment, this didn't need surgery, we could just stick it into a special kind of cast. One that was a bit more open-angled than usual, that would try and push the bone together and help it heal. And there was, originally I was told, you're going to need surgery. And then they backed off. And they were like, yeah, well, the surgeons are all busy, so I think we can get away with it with a cast and so on. So I was stuck in a ski resort, start of the season, broken arm, utterly devastated because it looked like, because of this, I wasn't going to be able to make the 30-person ski trip either. Because I wasn't going to be able to ski with like this. And then 4 days later, I go back for a checkup because they're like, all right, come back in and we'll decide then, pass off the insurance thing, because as soon as you come back to the UK, you're not on holiday anymore and your travel insurance doesn't count. You're at home. 4 days later, it looks like that. Meanwhile, the insurance company consistently did nothing. They were supposed to be helping me get home instead of sitting in a ski resort, but they did nothing. So I ended up convincing the other people that were with me, that were driving with me, to leave a day early. We left on Friday instead of Saturday. Although Friday evening, they still did all their skiing. We just didn't stay for the last night. And drove home, at which point I came back with all of the documentation, the x-rays, stuff saying you should immediately consult a orthopedic surgeon upon your return, etc. And ran face first into the NHS, who, first of all, they didn't have anything for me to do other than try and get an appointment with my GP, which, honestly, your wait time is likely 3 weeks to a month unless you're seriously ill. Or go down to ER. All of the other options, despite the fact that I had literal, here's a recommendation from a doctor that says I need to see an orthopedic surgeon for this explicit reason, and here are the x-rays to go with it, and all the documentation, I ended up down at ER. And sat down at ER for 5.5 hours in order to have someone have a look at it and go, yeah, you're going to need surgery. Literally, the first person looked at it, just in the little room in ER, the first stage of assessment, took one look and went, yeah, you need surgery. At which point, they took more x-rays, which I've never seen, by the way. I never get the x-rays from the NHS. I only get the x-rays from the private stuff. And sent me home with nothing, I might add. I was offered some paracetamol on arrival, and that was it. Sent me home, having cut this cast off and put a new one on during the x-ray process, the new one being way worse than the original, and said, we'll call you. Also, don't, it'll probably be maybe in the next 2 weeks. So I sat for a week and a half. So this trip was we left on the 13th of December. So you're also hopefully starting to see another incoming problem. Got back on the 19th. And I waited until the 23rd. And then I tried to call up, because by that point I'd received a call from the NHS. And the call from the NHS was someone saying, okay, just to confirm, you're going to be coming in for surgery. I need you to be prepared that we might call you at any point, and when we call you, we're going to need you to go nil by mouth immediately, because you will be coming in the next day. And this call may come quite late at night. We don't know, cancellations happen, the schedule is quite variable, so just be prepared that this could happen. I was like, okay, have you got any indication, any idea at all for me when this might happen? Like, what's the expectation here? Am I talking tomorrow or what? And she said, it's unlikely to be within the next 2 weeks. I would expect it probably within the second week of January. Now, take into account that I am leading a trip for 30 people that leaves the UK, or that starts on the 29th of January. So at this point, I'm starting to panic, and I start to look at private options, and I start to ring around and get around and so on. And I also panic a little bit, because I'm like, hang on a second, I'm an idiot. What surgery? Okay, you want me in for surgery, but what are you doing? Like, at the end of this, how long? Are you plating it? Are you pinning it? Is this like what's happening? You never actually said what the surgery was, so I call them back up again. I call back. It takes me like an hour to find the right number, but I finally find a number to call the hospital that I'm actually registered at, and get transferred to the right department. And lady picks up, and I'm like, okay, hi, I've got an upcoming surgery. And before I can say anything else, she tears my ass out. She has a massive go at me. She's like, you can't be calling up about your surgery expecting us to tell you what time it is. You have any idea what stress we're under? You people are the problem, why we can't get anything done. People constantly calling up. And she goes on at me for like 2 minutes with a full-on rant about how dare I be calling and get through to her and spend her time. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm not calling up to find out when it is. I want to know what it is. No one ever told me what surgery I'm having. So at this point, I've literally lost all hope. I'm just like, this ski trip's ruined. Honestly, I might actually just claim on my insurance, because this is massively expensive. And I don't want to sit in another ski resort for a week not being able to ski. I was devastated that first time round. Sitting there in the resort, having not skied for like 14 years. My second chance to go skiing again, and then I get up every morning, and what do? I watch everyone leave to go on their lessons. And then I wait, and then they come back at the end of the day, and they tell me about how much fun they had. And for the rest of the day, there's nothing. There's nothing in the resort. Even the place we're staying just kind of shuts down, and there's nobody there. I spent so much time just riding the bus system for something to do. There was no fire in this place, Bree. This was the sort of place that, you know, I mean, on the real trip, you're right. You know, but I was going to go. I was just in a nasty place. I was not feeling very happy. And so I was considering stuff that I was always going to go. I was just considering from the perspective of, you know, what it's like when you're feeling quite down. You pursue the dark paths. So yeah, I started to try and find private medical treatment instead. And I rang around everywhere because at this point it's the 22nd, 23rd of December. 2 days before Christmas. And I finally find someone who calls me back. Like I've contacted and he calls me back at like 8 p.m. on the evening of the 23rd. And he's like, okay, what's the deal? I got your information. We are paused in RimWorld, yeah. Got your information. What's the deal? I explained to him and he's like, okay, I can see you on the 29th or I can see you tomorrow. But with what you've described to me, I think I should see you tomorrow. So I go up, I see him, and I end up having surgery on the 30th. But only because once I've seen him, he gets back, we get all the sort of stuff sorted over Christmas, which is kind of incredible. You know, I still have quite a lot of respect for this guy, despite the fact that it looks like he has fucked up somewhat. And is not being particularly cooperative about it. Gets back to me through his time, is like, okay, I want you in on... we're going to do the surgery on the 30th. We can't do it on the 29th because I need to get the implant in, but we're going to do it on the 30th. However, it's going to cost £12,000 that I don't have. Because the only place available that he can do it at this time is some absolutely top tier posh ass place in the centre of wealthy London. And that's when I honestly got absolutely blown away. One of my viewers covered the treatment. At least that part of it. It did end up costing about another £5,000 on top, but yeah. Which I still cannot be thankful enough for. It is legendary, but does now lead me into an even more awkward spot, because now I'm like, okay, and this has also gone badly, but I feel fucking bad for the fact that I'm saying it's gone badly because I didn't pay for a lot of it. Ugh. I know, but you know what I mean? It feels like an insult to the guy that paid for it to be complaining about it. I don't know. I know it doesn't. I'm not an idiot. You're right. It doesn't. But it still bothers me. Like it still makes me way more uncomfortable about this than I would be even if it was just he fucked up and I paid for it. Now it's he fucked up and someone else paid. It's just, just don't like it at all. Lowbury, yeah. Yep. No, you're right. I know well enough that I should not be angry at myself for this, but I am still not. I still don't like it. Still not comfortable with it. Makes me angry. No, too, because he spec'd the screws. I'm sorry, I don't feel like there is an out for this surgeon. The guy is being weaselly. And the more weaselly he is now, the more I look back at stuff he's done in the past, and I'm like, hang on a second, was that in my benefit, or was that actually you being weaselly earlier than I thought about? You know, I booked an appointment with him because I was like, I'm having these, my arm still hurts. My arm is not comfortable in the slightest, and I can turn it in certain ways and cause like a really quite sharp pain, in which I can feel something in the arm just getting trapped. I can feel something grabbing and then letting go. And it can't be a nerve, because if it was, it would hurt way more than this. So I think it's probably a tendon. Maybe the edge of a muscle. Something in there is grabbing and letting go with a certain movement, and it really hurts. And if it happens, I can trigger it in really weird ways, like stroking my beard can be enough. You know, alongside general weakness and otherwise, stroking the beard is enough to do this. I've dropped my guitar a number of times because of it. So I approached the guy. I was like, I'm having this problem. I think it might be to do with the screws. I've been looking at the x-rays. I think they might be a bit long. Not sure. And he was like, yeah, you're right to contact me. Come on down. We'll book you in. He booked me in really quickly. Same deal. He called me at like 7 p.m. Got it all booked in. Really convenient. Got me booked in somewhere closer that was less expensive. Everything fine. And we get down there. And he's... I explain, you know, we initial discussion is basically just reconfirming what I said in the email. Where does it hurt? How does it hurt? What's the movements, etc., etc. And he's like, well, your hypothesis honestly seems like it might be accurate. You know, it holds some water. We need to look at this. I'm going to want to get some x-rays for it. And I'd be really fucking annoyed. He didn't say fucking, but he was... It was the first time I'd seen him animated in the slightest. Otherwise, he's been very, very calm and measured. It'd just be... I'd be really annoyed if that was the case. And so I got sent in for x-rays, and then I came back, and this is where it gets weird. So he's like, I've looked at the x-rays, and I don't think there's anything conclusive there. I don't think it's the screws that are the problem. Everything looks fine to me. The next stage, if you know, to investigate this would be a CT scan. But I have a feeling that the CT scan would be inconclusive, much like the x-ray is. I don't think it could potentially not answer the question for us. So I don't think you should bother. I think you should just wait a couple of months, and if it's still a problem, come back to me. And me, from the far side of the doctor's desk, looking at a little screen, I'm like, yeah, I don't see much difference either. You know, if everything's fine. Sure, all right then, that makes sense. You're trying to save me a bit of money. Don't wanna, you know, make me go through the payment of a CT scan when I don't need to. Sure, we'll wait a couple of months. And then I come back, and I'm at home, and I'm talking to my mother, who lives next door, about what's happened. And we're talking about it, and like, okay, so here is the original x-ray. So this is the x-ray that led me to think maybe one of these screws is sticking out. I was looking at it, and I was like, I'm having this pain, and looking at this x-ray, you know, maybe that screw is actually above the bone. I can't really see the line it follows. It's kind of, there's two bones overlapping each other, but maybe it is. And when I looked at the screen in the doctor's office, I saw basically the same thing because we're looking at a 17-inch screen from the far side of a big desk. But then I came home and I looked at that. And that's not the same X-ray. It's not even close to the same X-ray, and there's not a chance in hell you can look at that X-ray and go, no, I think the screws are fine. So this is problem number one. This is where it starts to be like, some of this is a little questionable. Why did you tell me that you don't see any concern? The screws are clearly not a problem. They didn't say clearly not a problem. He said, I don't believe the screws are a concern. When this X-ray is more clear than the previous one, that there is very much a screw sticking out. Potentially more. Then, I come home, obviously I've seen this, and I get a bit more concerned about it, and a bit more annoyed about the idea that this guy just wants me to wait for a bit, and hasn't really said anything. And he sends me an email. And in this email is a link to an online platform where he sent a letter to myself and my GP. And this letter says, with a bunch of very fancy terms to try and make it quite unreadable. A lot of medical terms used, but it basically says that I showed up, had this concern, he examined it, did not find any problems, and that I had recovered fine for 2 months following the injury, and then developed the issue. He also then said, at rest, I have no pain. Both of these are not what I said. How can I prove that, Magigo? So I sends an email back, and it was a very measured email. His conclusion again was that I advised waiting for 2 months, or the other option being a CT scan. So I got back to him, and I was like, okay, and it was very, very measured. Just like, I just want to make a few clarifications. Okay, so first thing it did was I sent an image of this to him. I was like, having got back, I sent him this, and I was like, can you see the highlighted screw? In fact, I'm just gonna find the email so I don't misconstrue this, because I think I've been quite reasonable. Thank you for seeing me today. Having had a chance to look closer at the X-rays taken today, it does appear that with the slightly different angle this X-ray was taken from in comparison to the original X-rays, and the bones no longer overlapping in the image so much, that I believe you can see the end of at least one screw protruding once you zoom in the image in a little bit. It would certainly explain the feeling of something getting briefly trapped and releasing, as well as the localized pain in that area, but I am unsure if this changes anything with the proposal of waiting a couple of months to see if things improve. What are your thoughts on this? I've attached an image highlighting the area I'm concerned about. I think that's a fairly measured and considered, you know. His response. Thank you for your email. I am not convinced the screw is irritating the anterior bundle of MCL, resulting in the symptoms you are describing. I am happy to organise a CT scan of the elbow to ascertain the precise location of the screw. It is a bit of a tell, isn't it? Because I didn't say anything about any of that information, but suddenly he's talking about anterior bundles of NCL. So anyway, I respond. Because at this point, I also get that letter. This letter says, "Thank you for coming to see me today. I understand you've been experiencing pain over the left elbow for approximately 4 months now. Pain is localized." This is important, that for approximately 4 months now. I had the surgery 7 months ago. "Pain is localized approximately 2 centimeters distal to the radial head and is located predominantly over the posterolateral aspect. There is no pain at rest. The pain is predominantly worse when you are moving the elbow from a flexed position of approximately 60 degrees to an extended position of approximately 20 degrees. The pain you describe is sharp and lasts for a few seconds. In terms of recovery following elbow fracture fixation, I understand you recovered well without any issues for up to 2 months per surgery when you started developing this pain. On clinical examination of the left elbow, the wound has sealed nicely. The plate is slightly prominent underneath the skin, however, this is not causing any issues. The range of motion is between 0 and 140 to 150 degrees without any restriction in pronation and supination. The maximum point of tenderness is on the posterolateral aspect of the elbow, just 2 centimeters distal to the radial head. This is more so on the rotating elbow. X-rays taken in the clinic do not reveal any screw penetration into the joint, and the fracture seems to have healed nicely. I have gone through the X-ray findings with you. Changed person for some reason. I note you are slightly concerned about the 2 proximal screws. You believe they're probably, as you believe they probably could be impinging on the radius on rotating the elbow. I am not entirely convinced this is the case. I would advise you to keep an eye on symptoms for a couple of months. In the event of symptoms not getting better, we consider authorizing a CT scan. The option of removal of metalwork has been discussed today. However, this may not necessarily guarantee the improvement in your symptoms. Apparently taking it out won't help. What? So, yeah, this will again become relevant shortly. Please keep me posted about how symptoms progress. I'm happy to use your elbow unrestricted for your day-to-day activities. Not in any way a bad email, but I read through it a few times and I was like, he is setting a bunch of understandings here. What he's doing is establishing a narrative that he can then return to later down the line to go, yes, but this was what the complaint was. So we've got things like, for the first 2 months you recovered fine. He reiterates twice that for 2 months there was no problem. Wherein in reality, for 2 months, I had just had a metal plate inserted into my elbow with 7 screws. I was in pain the entire time. No, I did not notice this particular pain, because I just had that done. It did not develop after 2 months. It was there the entire fucking time. It was after 2 months I started to realize that that was something different. Well, no, because I have responded to the letter. The story is yet over. Thank you for getting back to me. I hadn't noticed the screw highlighted when we were discussing the situation following X-ray, so I was unsure if it changed anything with how you propose we proceed. While I have the opportunity, I should also clarify a couple of things regarding the letter sent to ensure things are clearly explained. Firstly, regarding the duration I've experienced these symptoms, the pain did not develop after 2 months without issues. During the first 2 months, approximately, I was not conscious of this specific issue as the arm in general was aching and presented pain when moved, which I understood to be part of the normal healing process. I was told that I should be pursuing physio using the pain as a guide for how far I should be putting on the arm, and so pain was expected and not something I was concerned about or felt the need to report. After approximately 2 months of physio with slow improvement in my movement and strength, I began to notice that certain movements were not improving and were presenting symptoms mentioned, but again did not feel like this was of concern as I assumed it to be part of the healing process and waited for it to pass. I understood that the healing process should return my full pushing strength within a period of 3 to 6 months. So after 6 months with no improvement and continued issues with these movements, I then decided to contact you for this consultation. I most certainly did experience pain and issue during the first 2 months of recovery, but as explained, have not emphasized this because I was advised to expect pain, especially during physio, and recovery of the arm to take a number of months. Secondly, I should also clarify that while the arm does not hurt at rest when I am upright or sitting, it does ache and cause pain when lying down to sleep, which persists for a few hours when I wake up, which I mentioned during our consultation. I also still experience pain and discomfort when using that arm for any lifting beyond 3 to 4 kilograms or during exercise, e.g. push-ups where I can manage 3 to 4 before the elbow hurts too much to continue. As advised, I will continue the option of a CT scan. I will consider the option of a CT scan, and in the meanwhile, I will continue the monitor of the symptoms to see if anything improves over the next 2 months in the hope that the situation changes. Assuming the issues are not related to the screws, do you have any hypothesis on why these symptoms might be presenting? The response to that email, which is, I'm not bad at this. This is, as much as I hate it, one of the things that I don't do badly. Is like, there was absolutely nothing offensive in that, but at the same time it was reasonably forceful about making sure that the facts were straight. The response to it. Thank you for your email and the comments regarding the letter. In regards to the potential hypothesis, currently I do not have one. All I can say for now is a CT scan is the imaging of choice to identify issues with 2 screws you are mentioning. That's it, by the way. That's the whole email. Don't expect any more. It is. I have no hypothesis, and the imaging of choice is a CT scan for the issues with the 2 screws you're mentioning, which I am explicitly not mentioning anymore. I've explicitly said, if it is not those screws, what do you think? To his response, he said, I don't know. Tell me that doesn't sound like someone who has fucked up and knows he's fucked up and is desperately trying to cover his back, and that's my moves are out. I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. I've run out of dance moves. I am just desperately trying to rely on this whole, if I keep mentioning the 2 screws, maybe I can distract from the fact that he's actually asking me what's gone wrong. Well, you say policy. I'm not sure where you're from, Pennyworth, so I don't know. Please forgive me if I'm preaching to the choir, but in the UK at least, a private surgeon like this works independently of a hospital. They work as a sole individual, as a sole company, so it is on him and just him. But there is also almost no legal protection because I was not insured. This was a direct paid private medical scenario, and so I do not get to fall back on an insurance company. I do not get to fall back on anything. There is no legal protection for me outside of I take this guy to court. So I am in a very difficult position, and I haven't responded to this email yet. It arrived on Friday, so I should respond to it soon, but I don't mind him stewing on this for a bit either. But the next email needs to be right, because I feel like I've got him a bit on the fence. But at the same time, that means the ball is in my court to lose. If I don't do this next bit right, I just give him a million escapes. I have to be... Yeah, no, you're right, but you understand where I'm coming from at the same time. He is liable, but he also knows that the only way that I can pursue it is by taking him to court. So my only route from here is to either, having got him on the ropes a bit, then pursue it from the angle of giving him an out, or, having got him on the ropes a bit, convince him sufficiently that I am in a position where I could take him to court. Yeah, as Katie says, he cannot admit guilt at this point. Unfortunately, part of this approach has meant that this guy is now wary. Which means that there is... the olive branch may be the best option. Took, that is absolutely not happening. Two simple reasons. A, I have a family that is unfortunately very experienced in court. And B, I am absolutely certain that I could effectively defend myself. You put me in that scenario, I would not be against just running my own defense. And I'd be willing to believe that I could handle it. I just don't want to be there. Because my family's quite experienced with it, I've watched what happens to people going through a court process. No one wins in that scenario. It's brutal. So we don't want to be there. But how do we enact that? Well, Minerva, I honestly, I think the reason he is behaving like this is because I've already convinced him of that. I think the reason I'm getting emails that are 2 sentences long and acknowledge nothing of what I've said and literally just parrot his specific line of this is what I'm sticking by is because he's already scared of that. I think the last email was phrased in such a way that he's already on that defense process. He's already like, oh shit, this guy's going to take me to court. Is Strats of throwing big words and hiding his attempt to make a big, impressive sounding medical document that also happened to contain some facts that he would, or some facts in inverted commas that he had then essentially got agreement with, because I responded to it and went, yeah, that's fine, or just left it alone, never contested it, were contested. And, right, okay, so the conspiracy theory that I am not basing anything on, but does sit in my mind. This guy, when I first went for a consultation following the original surgery, recommended that I did not come back and visit him again for the usual checkup. When I visited him, some of you guys will remember it, when I visited him after 10 days, or 11 days, showed up at his office. He was super impressed by how much movement I had already. Took some mobile phone video of it. Maybe I'm being taken for a ride here. Maybe I'm a fucking schmuck. And was like, yo, yeah, you know what? I don't think, his words were, the checkup in 2 months is going to cost you some money. This is an expensive hospital, and it's only for my peace of mind. Do you want to, if you feel comfortable, just don't bother. Don't worry about it. We can leave it here. As long as you're okay, don't worry about it. And that echoes the CT scan thing. Well, you could have a CT scan, but it'll probably be inconclusive and it'll be expensive, so don't worry about it. Just come back in 2 months. Is this his thing? He also pulled me aside at one point in the hospital. Just as we were walking, after the initial talking to him, as we were walking towards the X-ray direction, but he was going somewhere else. We just happened to be walking the same way. It was like, oh, by the way, I think you'll find this X-rays here are quite a bit cheaper. I don't know. I just, part of me now wonders whether this guy knew from this image that it wasn't right. Yeah, Minerva, it's so easy to just get swept along. They've got a reassuring voice. They've got a matter-of-factness, and they've got a place to be and something else to do. And they're going to serve you as best they can, but it's going to have to be snappy. Don't want to waste my time. I've got something else to do. You know, I'm an important guy. I'm always in a rush. And, I'm terrible at it. Every time I walk away from these things, I'm like, why did you not ask this? Why did you... what are you, some kind of fucking 3-year-old? What happened when you walked into that doctor's office that meant that you walked out of it and you've answered none of the questions? Well done, Wasted. It's fine, trust the medical professional, but at the same time, ask the questions, dude. Well, yeah, so now I haven't replied to him yet because I'm going to try and get a second opinion. I'm going to try and get someone else that will look at this and give me an actual on-the-record response. That, would you believe, it's actually not intended that the screw sticks out the other side of the bone? Because, you know, a little bit of me, no, I'm lying. I think it's quite a big bit of me, is still pretty fucking convinced that there's not supposed to be a bit of the screw sticking out. Especially not in your arm. This is the radius and the ulna. Do you know why this is called the radius? It's not because it stays still. So yeah, part of me is just still slightly incredulous that someone is going to is turning around and saying, "Yeah, it's fine." That's what it's getting stuck onto. I'm pretty certain. Because again, there's a specific movement, a repeatable movement, where I can drag this bone over that bone and get a tendon stuck. And I even know what tendon it is. And you know, it's funny, because our guy said a word earlier, and you know, it's weird, because that word, you know, if there was a screw here, and you were moving this bone, like rotating it in 3 dimensions around this one, and there was a bit, I mean, wonder what it could get stuck on. Kinda gave the game away, dude, because I never mentioned that. Irony is, by the point he said it, I did already know about the anterior band. I was not going to send, like, say to a doctor, hey, I think it's the anterior band, because what kind of douche are you trying to tell a medical professional that you think it's an anterior band? Fuck off. But yeah, it just so happens that he mentioned the anterior band himself, and, well, would you look? Private medical. The best. And the worst part is, you know, remember how this music here, you know, the We're getting a sax player, 2 sax players, alto and Barry, and a trumpet. Sorry, a trombone. Coming September-ish.
Keep it going.
Well, I'm the king of the swingers, out the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and I've had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I wanna be a man and color and a stroller right into town and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around.
So yeah, these guys, also known as John and the Medics, which is me and a bunch of paramedics, they are all laughing at me hard at the moment. And it's painful. Because they're just like, lol, private medical, suck it, bitch. And that's slightly painful, I'm not gonna lie. No, Saranthra. I know. It's both bad. Well, Pennyworth, they're making me sing. I've been practicing. No, I'm not ready to do anything. Go away. I am quietly in the background of a few tracks as a backing singer now, but it's coming. They're finally breaking the curse that was from when I was young, and I embarrassed myself hardcore in front of like 1,200 people, and these 1,200 people were my entire school. Oh my god. It was good. I ended up playing bass guitar. That's why I play bass guitar. But it was also scarring. No, dude, it was way worse than the talent show. So much worse. This was a high school band, 14. And friends of mine had a band going. And I really wanted to be part of it. So I said I'd sing. And the song they wanted to do, we were going to do it in front of the school. It was going to be a big band thing. We were going to play it at lunchtime in the main lunch hall. Was this.
Imagine being able to build anything.
Not that. That's just the unfortunate death of U-Block Origin. I am pleased with your response. A classic, but let's just go a quick comparison between the octaves and key of a wasted voice and this.
Turn all of the lights
So,
on over every boy and
every world, closing time. Like all I can do is put on some sort of shitty Blink-182 like pseudo voice, and that's it. It's just no. It's a million miles away, and then it gets even higher. It's like so I sang that massively out of key in front of like 1,200 people at my high school, and then had to live it down for the next 6 months. Yep. And so I decided to stop singing and play bass guitar, and I've not really recovered from it since. So they're making me sing, and I'm not particularly comfortable, but I'm getting there. We'll work on this. I'm an adult now, and I know that in reality, most of this is just practice. Do I have some special voice box that's not capable? I doubt it. I just need to find the right song in the right key, or shift the key if need be, and practice. Thank you, guys. Yeah, recent suggestions for me has been, I think the strongest one was Otis Redding. But I am definitely open for suggestions for, understand that this needs to be a absolute banging classic track. Because that's basically our band's thing, is we take banging classic tracks and either play them straight, or maybe twist them a bit. Or mash them up. But it needs to be a banger. But Otis Redding was a good suggestion. Johnny Cash might be another. I can go down quite a long way if I need to. Not too bad. I could practice that more, but I can definitely get it pretty low. But I'd still give myself, what, octave at 1.25 of an octave at most. With practice, maybe more. Top end of bass, mostly baritone. I appreciate that, Tabura, but you do require a certain amount of actual ability to stay in key for that. But it does dawn on me that I even have a thing for this. What is the lowest I can go? It's about it's a C2. Convenient. It's a C. Or maybe the answer is Mongolian throat singing. We just do some of this up and you. Sorry. I'm not entirely sure where C2 puts you. I have no idea about this stuff. When it comes to singing, I'm clueless. Singing, what do you even call it? Like ranges? Okay, so I don't want to see a video AI. I want to see some. So that would be C1. That would be C2. So I technically can go down to bass. Yeah, C2 is bass. Perhaps not as strong as some, but interesting. Definitely in the baritone bass scale. Goody Two Shoes by Adamant. I don't know that by listening in my head. Barry White. You want me to sing Barry White? Come on, guys. This is the problem. I would be very nice if we could find something that's in the genres of things I enjoy as well. Yes, and obviously I have never sung. I have never been in a choir. I have never been in anything singing related. So I am as blue can be. But I'm aware from outside that it's like with most things, it's a case of training and practice. I'm doing a lot of singing in the car at the moment. But I also know that I'm not standing up, I'm slouching in a chair. If I really wanted to give it the good one, I would be pushing with my lungs properly from the belly. It'll be rough, but that doesn't mean I can't go and get vocal training. Galadas. You know what I mean? Not Hallelujah. Tower of Song. I sing in the car. But I would also like to, if I can, I would like to do something a bit more rocky. I'd like to do something a bit more metal-y. You know what I mean? Something with some distortion on the guitars. Hey, Omni. Good to see you. Yeah, the band are making me sing, so. And I am really enjoying them.